Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasant good afternoon to each and everyone. Our district program quality director, district club group director, a pleasant good afternoon. 1 second, give me one slight second. All right, then. Good afternoon, leaders and friends. I am Tyreek Thomas Hauser, Division E Director, and it is my joy to welcome you to Division E and F TLI under the theme Check, Adjust, Succeed. Today is about growth, action, and transformation. You've taken the time to be here, and that shows your commitment to becoming not just good leaders, but great ones.
And I am Rhonda Lynch Watts, Division F Director. Together, Divisions E and F are proud to bring you to this joint Toastmasters Leadership Institute, where amazing leaders are ready to teach and guide you. We have a dynamic lineup. Corin Thomas, DTM, talking on managing burnouts. Division Director Tyreek Thomas Horsford, talking on leadership in action and action plan. Donna Wilkinson Clark, DTM, Communications Power. Natalie Lobato, DTM, Club Growth Strategies. Godalis Rayner, DTM, Motivating the Team. Engage fully.
Take notes.
Ask questions.
And most importantly,
take what you learn back to your clubs and communities. Welcome to TLI 2025.
Let's check,
adjust, and succeed
together. This afternoon, our Toastmaster of the day, and I must say this Toastmaster today is a very dear person to me, especially she serves on the division council alongside me. Today, our Toastmaster of the day is distinguished Toastmaster Susan Hodge. And she is an enthusiastic Toastmaster dedicated to supporting training and education excellence. Suzanne is known for her professionalism, warmth, and ability to engage an audience. Her leadership style emphasizes collaboration and creating uplifting experience. Today, she takes on the role of the Toastmaster of the evening, guiding us through this program with grace. Please put your hands together and let us welcome distinguished Toastmaster Susan Hodge to the virtual lectern as she leads us in challenge.
Thank you, Division Director Tyreek and Rhonda. Thank you so much for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Division E and Division F's TLI for 2025. I am Susan Hodge, and I have the honor of serving as your Toastmaster of the meeting for today's event under the theme, Check, Adjust, Succeed. This theme reminds us that leadership and personal growth are not fixed destinations. They are journeys. Along the way, we must check where we are, adjust our course, and move forward to succeed. Today's sessions are designed to help us do exactly that. I will now transition into our first session, but let me just check my agenda to make sure that I'm doing what I should be doing. And of course, now that I need it, I can't find my agenda. Okay, we'll go into our first session, Managing Burnout. Our journey begins with something.
Point of correction, Madam Toastmaster, the
Mhm.
Toastmaster promise.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. I can't find my agenda. It was here, but of course I can't find it now. So we'll go into the Toastmasters promise. Thank you so much.
Please remain standing as the Toastmasters promise is recited.
As a member of Toastmasters International and my club, I promise
to attend club meetings regularly,
to prepare all of my projects to the best of my ability,
basing them on the Toastmasters education program, to prepare for and
fulfill meeting assignments, to provide fellow members with helpful constructive evaluations, to
help the club maintain the positive, friendly environment necessary
for all members to learn and grow, to serve my club as an officer when called upon to do so,
to treat my fellow club members and our guests with respect and courtesy,
to bring guests to club meetings so they can see the benefits Toastmasters membership offers,
to adhere to the guidelines and rules for all Toastmasters education and recognition programs,
to act within Toastmasters' core values of integrity, respect, service, and
excellence during the conduct of
all Toastmasters
activities.
Your mic is off, Madam Toastmaster.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda, which I just found and I've lost again, is our first session. And allow me to introduce our facilitator for our first session. Our journey begins with something that affects us all: burnout. As leaders, balancing commitments and sustaining energy is critical if we are to succeed. To help us check in with ourselves and discover strategies to adjust, I will introduce our first presenter this afternoon. Please welcome Corinne Thomas. Corinne Thomas, DTM, is the current Program Quality Director for District 81. She is a distinguished Toastmaster with years of leadership experience. Her passion is developing people through education and mentorship. Toastmaster Corinne has successfully led clubs to excellence and trained leaders across the region. Today, she shares the strategies on managing burnout and staying resilient. Please help me welcome to the virtual lectern to DTM Corinne Thomas.
Thank you so much, Madam Toastmaster of the day. Distinguished Toastmaster Godalis, you raised your hand raised. Okay. Madam Club Growth Director, Madam Past Region Advisor Godalis Rayner, Division Directors Rhonda Lynch Watts and Tyreek Thomas Horsford, other distinguished Toastmasters, fellow Toastmasters. Managing burnout. That's almost a watchword these days. We hear a lot spoken about it. It's almost a catchphrase. Is it important? What is it? Does it matter? Increasingly, we're hearing people complaining about being burnt out. Our session today is going to help us to identify burnout. Look at how we can prevent and overcome it. Look at some of the strategies that we can identify and establish to build awareness and resilience in ourselves and also in others. Briefly, we're going to look at what burnout is, the causes and why it matters. Discuss the 5 stages of burnout. What are some coping strategies? We expect to have some key takeaways, and we're going to see how we can each create a personal burnout plan so that we don't get to that point, so that we do self-checks and are able to help ourselves. I've heard recently that even though we're just in the 3rd month of our Toastmasters year, officers are resigning because they're suffering from burnout. That seems surprising, but then I suppose it's the accumulation, not just what has happened in the 3 months, but previously, and what else is happening in their lives. So it's very important that we understand and deal with it. The first question, therefore, is what is burnout? And in a nutshell, it's emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion. And as with a lot of things, sometimes we think that it's all in the mind, but many things that affect our emotions have physical manifestations. It's caused by prolonged stress. The World Health Organization considers this to be a very, very important condition. It is affecting millions of people across the world. The frenetic pace that we lead, the things that we're told that we should do to quote unquote succeed. A lot of us are into multitasking. I'm going to come back to that, but ask yourself, what does multitasking achieve? When you have multitasked during the day, have you finished anything? Have you completed a task? This concept of multitasking, I believe, adds to our stress. And it is the prolonged stress over a protracted period that leads to burnout. Stress is okay over a short term, but when it begins to impact productivity, health, and relationships, that's when the red flag should appear. And a Gallup poll indicated that 76% of employees experience burnout at least sometimes. And we need to remember too that burnout is not only job related. If you're in a situation where you're the primary caregiver for someone who's chronically ill, for someone who may have, for argument's sake, Alzheimer's, that can lead to burnout. That can lead to stress. So when you couple that with the work lifestyle, and the challenges and the pace and the pressures that we're programmed nowadays to believe that we should be pursuing. It's no wonder that people are falling by the wayside. So it's very important that we understand what this is and find strategies to combat it. We're hearing about people who are snapping. We're hearing about people, young people, who are having heart attacks and strokes. These are some of the results of burnout. So, what are some of the signs? Some of the physical signs may be fatigue and headaches. We may become increasingly irritable, going off the handle for no apparent reason. Or we may become very detached. We don't care, nothing matters anymore. Some of the signs behaviorally are procrastination and withdrawal. We can't face some of the things, so we put them off, which of course leads to more stress. Or we withdraw. Life is lifing, and it is lifing so much that we cannot cope. So we curl up, like how sometimes you see a leaf curl up. We go into our shell and retreat instead of asking for help, instead of crying out and saying, I need help. We withdraw. That is dangerous. What are some of the causes of burnout? Of course, there's overwork. And increasingly, especially in the workplace, where a lot of employers downsize and they want us to do the work of 2, sometimes more people. Someone leaves, they don't replace them. They want you to take up the slack. And you don't know how to say no because you need to keep a hold of the job, or you think you can do it. And we all think that we're Superman and Superwoman. There is that syndrome. So we take on more and more. We don't maintain our boundaries. We don't know how to say no. We don't know how to ask for help because we think that makes us weak. Or no one can do it like me. Well, maybe no one can do it like you, but that doesn't mean that they can't get the job done effectively. They may not do it exactly like you, but that doesn't mean that the end result won't be what needed to be achieved. Several years ago, in one of my jobs, we had a project that needed to be done. And 3 or 4 of us, there was a team established. We had some equipment to get in. So we had to establish where the equipment was to go, which needed a little bit of reconfiguration of the office and bringing in the equipment. And this was like maybe about 20 years ago. So, bringing in computer was a big deal. We decided everything that needed to be done. And my boss was off the island because the equipment was expected next week. And we were told it was coming, it was here. We could take possession. So we mobilized and we did what we needed to do. When Mr. Boss comes into the office, he's shocked because computer is up and running. And instead of patting his staff on the back, oh, why wasn't X and why wasn't Y and so on. And I had to look at him and people would think I am rude, but we had that relationship. And I looked him up and down and I said, Mr. Sherwood, it might not have been done the way you would have done it. But it is done and it is done properly. And he looked at me and he said, okay, Miss Thomas. And we moved along. Now, yes, I had that relationship. But many of us fall into the trap of thinking that if we don't do it, if we don't have charge in, or if it's not done our way, it's not done properly. So that means that we take on more than we should. It means that we fall into the trap of overwork. We don't delegate. And it's like we're on a treadmill because we're taking on more and more and more. Don't know how to let go. Don't know what to let go of. Don't know how to delegate. So please think of that as we get deeper into this subject. There's a lot of research about the stages of burnout. Some say there are 5 stages. Some say there are 12. I felt that 5 were sufficient for what I want to talk about. And the 5 stages that I wish to highlight are the honeymoon stage, the stress onset stage, the chronic stress stage, burnout, and, of course, habitual burnout. In the honeymoon phase, everything is fine. We're enthusiastic about the project or the role or the job, whatever it might be. We're invincible because everything is fine. And we've got this. Then, as we get deeper in, stress starts to come in. Can I do this? Am I doing it right? Is it okay? Now, let's understand, stress is a part of life. And there'll always be stress. And stress, a lot of times, the right amount of stress is what gets the adrenaline pumping, what gets us to achieve. So that's okay. That's okay. That's normal. That's a part of life. And when we recognize it and are able to deal with it at that stage, that's not bad. When we get into the chronic stress phase, that's when we start to get in trouble. That's when we are getting anxious. Can I meet this deadline? Everything is starting to go wrong. We start to get irritable. Maybe our blood pressure goes up. Very often, we're starting the avoidance. We're moving into the burnout phase. Why did I take this on? Why am I bothering? Why are they putting all of this on my plate? I can't be bothered. We need to guard ourselves against that. And we need to recognize the symptoms. Maybe we're getting stress headaches. The blood pressure is going up a little bit more. We do not want to get into stage 5, where that is our constant stage. That's when the withdrawal is coming in. That's when we feel so bogged down. Nothing I do is right. I can't manage. I don't know what to do. The weight of the world is on my shoulders. When you're reaching that stage, when you're in that stage, relationships suffer. The work relationship, your personal relationship. It may even signal the onset of depression, negative thoughts. We don't want to reach that stage. And if we find ourselves in that stage, we need to find help. We need to find whether it's someone we can speak to. Sometimes you may need counseling. Sometimes you may need psychological help. Recognize and understand that it's not weak to ask for help, because that stage can be dangerous if you cannot move from that. It is critical that we don't let ourselves get there. And if you find yourself there or on the verge, let today's session be a wake-up call. Let today's session be a wake-up call. Acknowledge that something is wrong and that we need help. If you find yourself, you used to love your job, but you don't want to get up in the morning. You find reasons why you can't go to work. That is a cause for alarm. And maybe you really feel sick, because a lot of stress manifests itself physically. It's time, it's way past time to seek help. Let me repeat, it's way past time to seek help. So now, having said all that and belabored the point, let's look at some coping and prevention strategies, because our purpose today is not to dwell on that, but to stop us from getting there. And if we're there, or if we see someone who looks like they're heading there, to be able to reach out and to help them. These 4 prevention strategies, I believe, are the crux of how we manage burnout. Time management, number 1. There are only 24 hours in a day. Doesn't matter how you try to stretch it. There are only 24 hours in a day, 7 days in a week. And the Lord did not work all 7. So why are you? Whether you resting on Saturday, Sunday, or one day in the week. The Lord, whatever you may call him, whichever religion you belong to, the Lord said we should rest at least one day.
Today.
More, but at least one. So the first thing you need to do is to manage your time. You cannot be going and going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. Because guess what? The Energizer Bunny stops sometimes because it is going to be forced to stop. So manage your time. And I strongly believe that part of managing my time is not to multitask. Been there, done that, wrote the book. Because when you multitask, ask yourself, look at it for a couple of days or maybe a week, and ask yourself, have you felt fulfilled at the end of the day, the week, the month? What did you really achieve? What did you accomplish? What did you finish? Sometimes we need to finish one task before we move on to the next. Sometimes, all the time, we need to prioritize. There are a lot of urgent things that may come across our desk. And a lot of it is busy work. It's urgent, but is it important? And I'm not saying it shouldn't be done, but you need to prioritize. That's part of time management. And in prioritizing and managing your time, you need to learn to delegate. Because remember what I said, a lot of us think that we are the be-all and end-all of everything. So we don't know. We refuse to delegate. But as leaders, it's not saying much about your leadership skills if you can't delegate. You're not a leader. You're not building capacity in those whom you lead if you cannot delegate. If you cannot see things that other people are capable of and give them the tools and maybe coach them, yes, and guide them, you are no kind of a leader if you cannot delegate. And we need to learn to say no. We need to learn to say no. It's not everything that we can take on. Many things look like fun and it looks like it is fulfilling and it looks like it's interesting. But we need to learn to say no. That is one of the best prevention strategies we will ever have. And I'm telling you, it took me a long time to learn that lesson. So I'm speaking from experience. You noticed I jumped over self-care because I could spend the next day on self-care. In my first job, way back, I'm not going to tell you how long, so don't even think about it. I worked in a law office. My boss he had had a great career. He retired, but he didn't want to be idle, so he opened an office. And so it wasn't a big office. Had a few clients, and one thing that he used to do that annoyed me, and it took me years to understand. When he had several things to do, several deadlines, and he felt pressured, he would tell me, Corinne, lock the office door. He would take the phone off the hook. He went into his office, put up his legs on the desk. And I was going crazy because we had all these things and clients who needed things done. Deadlines that we had to put in writs or whatever. And it took me, eventually he explained to me that, and afterwards I saw the value. So when he felt very pressured, he gave himself, it didn't have to be a long time. Sometimes it was 5 minutes, sometimes it was 10 minutes. But he allowed himself to de-stress and decompress. And then he was able to come back and deal with things one at a time and address them. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what self-care is. That is what self-care is. And I've learned over the years, a lot of people, a lot of Toastmasters say, how do you do it? You go to this meeting, you go to that meeting, you're all over the place. But I know when to turn off. I have learned that lesson. I know when to turn off. I know when to take that pause. It took me a long time to learn that lesson, but I've learned it. Self-care means taking care of you. Self-care means pausing. Maybe you have a game on your phone that you can play for a few minutes. Maybe it means playing with the children. Nowadays, I will sit down on the veranda in the mornings after the children have gone to school, put up my feet, have a cup of coffee, and look out and smell the roses. It doesn't have to be long, but you have to allow time for you. That's what self-care does. And it helps you to take and bring things back into perspective. And I strongly recommend that. So after all what I've said, let's think about, ask yourself, we won't have time to do this, but I want you in the next day or two to rate your stress level on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being minimal, 5 being high. Reflect on the symptoms that you are feeling and the symptoms that I spoke about. Be honest with yourself. Ask yourself how you're feeling. Ask yourself how you're feeling. I have shared what works for me. Learn from others. Think about what works for you. Think about what you need to do and develop your coping strategies. I want you to spot the early warning signs, to prioritize self-care, and most of all, to create your burnout prevention plan. Let's look what that is. Identify the triggers that make you feel like you're burnt out. Identify what makes you anxious. What makes you feel like this is it, I can't manage. That makes your heart start pumping. And I don't mean the pump from adrenaline. I mean the one that I feel like I'm going to hyperventilate. Choose 3 coping strategies. Set 1 boundary this week. Let's start with just 1 boundary and take it from there and continue. You owe it to yourself. Remember, burnout is manageable. It's preventable. Making those small changes will make a big difference. And above all, you've got this. Reach out to someone if you feel like you need help, if you feel you can't cope. Madam Toastmaster of the day.
Thank you, PQD Corin Thomas, for reminding us that success starts with self-care. Just like an airplane needs regular maintenance to stay in flight, we too must pause, check in with ourselves, recognize the signs of burnout, and adjust before we can soar higher. I admit I have an issue with saying no and the guilt I feel when I say no. I have to get over that. Music is my go-to for stress, though. Now that we have our burnout plan, let's move from taking care of ourselves to leading with impact. Our next session will help us translate vision into goals and steps that drive impact. To guide us, we have Division E Director, Tyreek Thomas Hosford. Tyreek Thomas Hosford is the Division E Director of District 81. He is the author of the Leadership Compass, Stepping Stones for Navigating People, Purpose, and Growth. Known for his motivational speaking and leadership development initiatives, Tyreek is committed to empowering clubs, members, and youth through Toastmasters. Today, he presents on Leadership in Action and the Action Plan. Please help me welcome to the virtual lectern, Division E Director, Tyreek Thomas Hosford.
Thank you so much, Madam Toastmaster of the evening. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Rhonda, would you mind giving me a hand there, please, with the all right, this playing jokes this afternoon. So, what is leadership in action and the action plan? This is one question I want everybody to ask themselves. Am I leading the way I really want to lead? Ask yourself that question. Am I leading the way I really want to lead? Can you share the slide for me, please? I know Rhonda forgot what I was asking her about.
No, I don't know what we're talking about. Which slide are we talking about?
The one I sent you via the link one.
All right, hold a second.
Sorry, everyone. My computer decided to give me issues at a time when it should not be. So, hope everybody can hear me clear and loud. Just give me 1 minute there. All right, great. So here's my question, and I want just drop the answer in the chat for me and everybody. If you could answer this question. When you first became a Toastmaster, when you first asked to serve, how did you felt? Just drop the answer in the chat. How did you felt? Just drop your answer in the chat. Were you nervous? Were you asking, do I even know what I was doing? Just drop the answer in the chat. When you first was asked to lead, how did you feel? It doesn't have to be at the executive level. It can be like a team work, a small group, a project. How did you feel when you're asked to lead? Come on. Nervous, unready, anxious, afraid, unsure but willing, anxious, nervous, nervously excited. I've never unprepared. I was surprised, scared. I wasn't ready for the challenge. I believe I needed to be good to lead. Why me? You sure? And those are the questions we ask ourselves. Why me? Are you sure I'm the right person for this? Then you ask, is there somebody who's going to be there to help me? Is there somebody going to be there to guide me? And this is where we will take leadership in action. Thank you so much, Toastmaster Division Director Ronda. We got to slide one now. Where's the next slide? Leadership impact. Leadership impact. I'm losing my voice. We often hear about leadership as a title, but real leadership is about impact. And impact doesn't happen by chance. It happens when we move from vision to action. Today, I'll share practical ways to lead effectively and turn your ideas into measurable results. The first measurable result is importance of leadership. And why is that? Is because strong leaders foster a culture of collaboration and motivates the team to achieve their best. So like me and Division Director Rhonda, we have in Division ENF TLI. This is collaboration. This is where we have to motivate one another. This is where our teams, along ourselves and the facilitators, sit down, talk, decide how we're going to do it, how things are going to structure. Without somebody leading, it's like a lost sheep with no shepherd. And if anybody in here that was raised on Christian beliefs know that shepherds lead the sheep and not lead them astray. Number two, team performance. As a leader, your responsibility is to empower your team. And if your team does not feel empowered, they will not want to be productive. They will not want to engage. They will not give you job satisfaction. And then your team loses its relevance or the purpose of it. So team performance plays a great role because as leaders, you have to empower your team and to do the following that is listed here. Organizational structure. Effective leaders align team efforts with organization's vision, driving growth and innovation. I have a question to ask. Have you ever been a part of a team and every time you have meetings, they're not aligned with the agenda that's sent? It's always straight from the agenda. It is totally different from what is planned. And why you think that is so? Because the leader does not know how to take charge of their meeting. There comes a time when you have to use different leadership strategies. We have the democratic, the authoritative, the laissez-faire. And as leaders, I've heard this before, they depend on the different environments you have to deal with. A teacher, you're somewhat of an authoritarian. As a leader, you have a mixture of the different leadership styles. Now, as a leader, if you do not grab the bull by its horn and decide you're going to lead and lay the ground rules down, then the team will be leading you and you will be following. And we can't have that. Oh, Lord. So we have to make sure that we are leading and they're following. Slide 2. The qualities of a leader. Leadership, and it's something I find a lot of leaders somewhat do lack. Leadership is about how you impact people. And the essential qualities that you impact, you encourage, you motivate, you uplift, you cherish. But as a leader, your quality is to make sure your team achieve the success. And because these qualities are very critical, the first quality is clear communication. If there is no clear communication, the message will be lost. If anyone, well, in my time, I can't say, there was a game teachers used to play in the class, has everyone in a circle, and a message would be passed on. By the time the message get to the last person, it's a total different message. Why you think that? There was no clear communication. The communication got lost somewhere. Somebody got distracted. Somebody wasn't listening. And that's why we must have clear communication. Two, we must build trust. And as our Toastmasters core value speaks about integrity, respect, service, and excellence. So if there's no integrity, we don't have any trust and we don't have any service or excellence to provide. Motivate and empowers. That's number three quality of a leader. Lead by example. Yesterday, I was watching a video. A principal called a young lady into the office. And she was saying to her, you need to learn to be example leader. You know what? The student told the principal, if you want to be leading me and you're not guiding me properly, how can I follow you? And I said to myself, that is such a good question. Have I, as a leader, ever wondered, am I doing something that's affecting my team? Am I leading in a way that my team say, oh, I'm not gonna follow him. Nothing about him is special. It made me realize to question myself, do I have any of these qualities? I asked myself that question. To lead with impact, you don't need to be perfect. You need to be consistent. And that is one of the qualities of a leader. Be consistent. Because nobody is perfect. None of us here is going to always get it right. None of us is going to always have the answer. Impactful leaders communicate clearly. They build trust and they empower others. And most importantly, they lead by example. So, fellow Toastmasters, remember to lead by example. Somebody out there always watching you. You never know who it is, but there's somebody always out there watching you. I remember one Toastmaster said to me, Toastmaster type, when I completed my role as VPE and president, I want to become a division director like you. I said, don't rush too fast to get up there. I'd advise you, take on the area director role and then the division director, because leadership at the top might look lovely, but I'm telling you, it is not easy. It is a very lonely road. Slide 3. Just like yes, a vision versus action. Go back there, Brandon. Go back there. Go back there. Go back there. Go back there. Vision versus action. A vision equals the big picture. You ask yourself this question. Let me ask us this question too. Where do you see yourself going in the next 6 months as a Toastmaster? Just drop the answer in the chat. Where do you see yourself going in the next 6 months as a Toastmaster? And this is the vision. Where do you see yourself going in the next 6 months as a Toastmaster? I like that one. Distinguished Toastmaster status, Toastmaster Hazel. And I'm right behind you in that one too. Anybody else? Nobody know where they're going the next 6 months while they're in Toastmasters? So are you just renewing your membership because you want to renew your membership for membership's sake? All right, distinguished Toastmaster Joy, it's in my DTM project, so this sounds like a second DTM project here taking place. Nobody else? Action. The small step. How do you get there? You need to start by putting what you say in action. You want to get there? Start. Because you can't be saying, I wanted to become a DTM and you haven't started doing anything. Or I want to get my bachelor's degree, but you have not started anything. You want to complete a level, but you have not even done a speech. You want to do the Toastmaster of the meeting role, but you have not, but you have not done anything yet. What action can you get from that? Nothing, because you're not doing anything. A vision without action is just a dream. An action without vision is chaos. Leaders must bridge the two, paint the vision, and guide the action to get there. So, action plan. One, you need to define your vision. Sorry, you're on the next slide. I'm running away, leave you. One, define your vision. Two, set smart goals. Three, break goals into steps. Four, assign responsibilities. And five, track and adjust. So you're going to track your goal. Or as our theme says, check, adjust, succeed. So you're going to check what your goal is and track it. Then you're going to adjust it to fall within the lines of your vision. And then that's where success begins. This framework makes leadership practical, whether in Toastmasters or life. Defining, planning, assigning, and adjusting turns your visions into reality. So, fellow Toastmasters, you need to plan in order for you to say you have a vision. And in order for you to have an action, you need a vision to follow. You need a goal to be aligned with that action and vision that you have. So I'm going to pick on somebody. Toastmaster Maria Eduardo. Is there Toastmaster Maria? Okay, complete my notes. Okay, let me see. Toastmaster Rhonda, since you're the easiest, what is your vision? And do you have an action plan for the next 6 months?
You forgive me, you have me juggling, so. All right, so in terms of my action plan, and this is a tricky question because obviously I have actions for personally, I would have actions as division director, I would have actions as a club executive of two executive member of two clubs. So depending on what it is, I have action plans for each. And personally, I usually would try every year to get my Triple Crown pin. So I'm working towards that. So I've already planned out and completed level 1. And I have my plans for level 2 completion. And where I'm going where that is concerned, I have some action when it comes to mentoring some of my proteges and we have those things in place. For the clubs, each of my club has a slightly different demographic and a slightly different, there's a basic function of vision of Toastmasters International, but each of them we have different thoughts in terms of where persons want to go. So putting things in place from my point of view that will help myself and others to be able to accomplish that, we put those things in place. For the division director, I have a general framework that I've shared with most of my division council and some of my division members in terms of having a proper a plan in place, and then the action planning would be the follow through. So I would have put points and different frameworks for people to work with and to work with my members for us to really achieve, not just for the division, but based on what the district wants us to do. And how do we align that and putting the performance indicators in place that we can track what we're doing.
No problem. No problem. Thank you so much, Madam Division Director. So there you have it. She has her vision and she has her action plan set aside. And what she did first, she lists her personal visions. As leaders, we have many personal visions. I am VPE of 2 clubs. I have 2 presidents. Please, this is not on record. That sometimes when speaking on the phone with them, Lord, I want to just say, Jesus, take the wheel. But at the end of the day, I remember that they are there to guide me. Not because I'm a division director, I cannot overstep them. And this is where you must define your leadership role, where your leadership roles take place according to the environment. Yes, I'm the division director, but I'm also a club executive member. I, as a division director, can't tell members of the executive of the club, oh, that's not how it goes, because I'm division director. Leadership has 2 different places in 2 different settings. Now, I have an activity. You'll just, so next slide, sorry. This activity is something I just want y'all to do. And while we're going through, we can always get there. Write one vision and turn it into one SMART goal. And you're going to plus 2 steps and share it with your partners or with your partner. So you're going to write one vision, turn it into one SMART goal plus 2 steps, and share that vision with your partner. Now think of a vision you have in Toastmasters, work, or your community. Write it down. Then turn it into one SMART goal and 2 action steps. You can either share it with your neighbor. This shows how fast we can turn visions into actions, and by doing that. And so I want us to look at that and see what are the best practices and how much we can definitely do that. Next slide, Rhonda, because that is going to be in the breakout room. The common pitfall, and this is somewhat people like to say, too much talking, not enough action, lack of showing up, no accountability. Effective leader or leadership requires awareness of common pitfalls that can hinder success. Identifying and addressing these issues is very critical for fostering a productive team and environment. So the first one we're going to look at is the talking too much. Not enough. I'm on the phone. I am on the phone. 1 second here. God, you're not getting the. So we have you're talking too much. Oh, not enough action is being done, or lack of follow-ups, or no accountability. These are things that people say that leaders don't do. It's just pure talk. It's pure. It's start coming in like a politician. That's just the truth. There's too much talking, no action. And as leaders, we can't have that. We're in Toastmasters, and we can't be coming like politicians where we're doing everything. So 3 pitfalls: talking without acting, starting strong but not finishing, and no accountability. Strong leaders avoid these by staying consistent and responsible. Slide 9. Key lessons I want everyone to take into mind. Leadership equals action equals setting smart goals. Every vision can be broken down into steps. So remember, you can break down every vision into steps. Leadership action, impactful leaders set smart goals, and every vision can be broken down into steps. Remember to every vision that you want to set your mind to do, everything you want to set yourself to do as a Toastmaster, set your vision, the goal you want to, and you break them into steps. Don't rush to do them. So if you want to, don't rush to complete the entire level. Take everything step by step because you don't want to end up getting burned out. You don't want to be wondering, okay, why am I always exhausted? Why am I always stressing? Because what? You're rushing to do these things. You can always get your DTM. A DTM will not go anywhere. A level 1 will not finish too fast. Take everything step by step and follow the proceedings. Last but not least, and this is the last slide, lead with impact, fellow Toastmasters and leaders. Translate your vision into steps. True leaders don't just inspire, they execute. Ask yourself, what vision do I need to bring into action? And what's my next step? Ask yourself those questions. And I'm going to leave you with just these 2 simple questions. How do I motivate my team if they are resistant to change? What if my vision feels too big? And acknowledge the resistance with empathy, involve the team. For big visions, remind everyone that small steps add up to big changes. Thank you, everyone, and that ends my session. Are there any questions before I return control back over to our Toastmaster of the evening? So I hope everybody has their vision sets, and I hope everybody has their action plan. And maybe next Toastmaster half, I asked Toastmaster Garcia if she set her goal. Or Toastmaster Maria, have you set your goal? Have you started your action? Or distinguished Toastmaster Susan, have you set yours? Or Toastmaster Nicole, have you set yours? So remember, every action, you must have a vision. You can't have an action and there's no vision to follow. It is going to be like a sheep that has no shepherd. Thank you, and back over to you, Madam Toastmaster of the evening.
Thank you, Division Director Tariq, for showing us how practical actions fuel success. A vision without steps remains a dream. But when we check our direction and adjust our plans, we position ourselves and our teams to succeed. I have entered a new chapter of my life, and I think I need to set myself a personal vision. Now, speaking of teams, strong leadership is only effective when paired with strong communication. Our next speaker is a master of communication. She will help us refine the skills of speaking, listening, and giving feedback. Skills every leader, must continuously adjust to meet the needs of their audience. Distinguished Toastmaster Donna Wilkinson Clark is a past district public relations manager. She has extensive experience in communications, branding, and member engagement. Donna is a dynamic trainer who inspires leaders to amplify their voices. She is passionate about helping clubs thrive through effective public relations strategies. Today, distinguished Toastmaster Donna is here to speak to us on communications power. Please help me welcome to the virtual lectern, distinguished Toastmaster Donna.
Good evening, fellow Toastmasters. Thank you, Madam Moderator. As communicators, we know that our words have power, but sometimes, just a bit, our message gets lost. So my role today is to share how we can remain connected to ensure that our message is not lost. I want to start by showing you a short video that captures the frustration and humor of a communication breakdown. This is Bob. He's sitting on a bench. Mark comes up and asks Bob, "Hey, does your dog bite?" Bob says, "No, my dog doesn't bite." Mark approaches the dog and he's bitten. He's upset. "Didn't you say your dog doesn't bite?" But Bob said, "But this is not my dog. My dog is at home." Mark has made a fundamental mistake. Do you know what he did? What did Mark do? Mark assumed that the dog belonged to Bob. He wasn't clear. He didn't ask any more questions. Bob was just responding to, forgot the time, and Bob was just responding to the questions that he was asked. If we are to ensure that our communication is not lost, we have to do three things. And this is essential in any form of communication, and it is called the power trio. This is where we speak, we're going to listen, and we're going to give feedback. And this is something that we all know as Toastmasters as we go through our speaking journey. I'm going to start, and we're going to break down each of these power trios and expand on them. So the first thing is speaking, the tool of influence. So we're going to speak with clarity. One of the ways to speak with clarity is to use simple language. Very often, we may try to use jargon or keywords that our general audience may not be familiar with. But if we want to communicate directly, it is important to speak direct and simple. Short sentences so that our audience can understand the message that we are trying to convey. So if I say, we must optimize our synergetic endeavors, what am I saying? You can open the mic and share. What am I saying? We must optimize our synergistic endeavors. What am I saying? But really, I'm saying we need to work together better. See those two statements? We must optimize our synergistic endeavors, and we must work together better. So you see, the last sentence is the most effective way to share what I want to convey. Then we speak with confidence. Now, speaking with confidence doesn't always mean speaking loud. It really means speaking with sincerity. It means speaking with conviction so that others really feel and see that you believe in what you're saying. Speaking with confidence also means you're looking directly in the audience's face or eyes
or directly at them. So if I was talking to you and I was looking at the side, you may wonder, well, why is she doing this? It means we must speak directly and openly to our audience. We also need to understand that as confident speakers, we need to command the room and command the audience's attention. And we do this by being clear, being convicted, and confident. Well, not confident. Well, yes, we are confident, but being sure about what we are saying. We hear it in our voice as we speak. We see it in our gestures. Sometimes people have nervous tics and nervous actions, and we see that, and it's okay to be nervous. I'm not saying it isn't, because nervousness does not mean you're not confident. But what I'm saying is that we need to start projecting that we own this. We own this conversation. We own this space, and this is where we belong. And then we have to speak with purpose. We need to understand what message are we sharing with our audience? What do we want to leave them with? What are the key things we want them to know and understand? So in essence, when we look at the three, we need to avoid jargon and any vague language and speak with clarity and simple language. And in confidence, it's not always what we say, it's how we say it. And purpose, be clear. What do we want to do? Are we speaking to inform? Are we speaking to persuade? Are we speaking to entertain? Are we teaching? Be clear on our purpose. And then listening. Listening is the gateway to understanding. In listening, it is important to actively listen. When we actively listen, it means that we're giving our speaker or audience our full attention. How do we know this? Well, we look directly at them and we do not use our cell phones as we are speaking, as someone else is speaking. We pay attention, we listen to their words, and we look at their facial expressions, because that helps to tell us how passionate they are, how they're feeling. It really conveys the feelings behind the words. So this is a really critical part of listening, is a really critical part of communication. But it's an area that I think we often take for granted. We also then can use techniques such as paraphrasing. This is repeating or summarizing what the speaker has said. And we do this by a really simple method. So you are saying that, that's one way we can paraphrase and summarize, because the audience or the speaker knows, the person who's listening knows that we are, if we have gotten the message that they were intending to convey, or if they need to clarify further. And that is the whole purpose of paraphrasing. That's one of the good critical techniques that we can use, or smart techniques that we can use to let our audience, our speaker knows that we are listening attentively. We can also ask clarifying questions such as, well, can you elaborate on this? Can you be more specific on this particular point? Those are all ways that we can seek to get clarity on anything that we're unsure about, because part of listening and taking away the real meat of the message is to ask any questions that we're unsure about. And then we look at the nonverbal cues, our facial gestures, so our facial expressions, our gestures. And there are some people, when you look at their faces, you know exactly what they're thinking, right? You know anybody like that? When you look at their faces, you can tell exactly what they're thinking. Do you know anybody like that?
Yeah, I myself, that's me. I do it a lot. Everybody says that when they look at me, just by my facial gestures, they know They can read
Right, they
mind.
know, right? They know exactly what you are trying to say when they just look at your face, right? And you know, the eye contact. Sometimes you can tell with somebody if you're looking at them, if they're telling the truth, if they're sincere, through their eye contact, their facial gestures, and some of the tics they use when they're about to respond to the questions that you're asking. And one of the things that is really important as well is our open body language. If we stand with our hands closed, our hands folded across our chest, our stomachs, and we're looking at somebody, that's a really defensive mechanism. And we have to ask ourselves, why are we standing like this? Or do we feel threatened? Are we concerned or feel insecure? And those are all the things that we can deduce from actions and gestures like that. So in essence, we need to ensure that we actively listen. We pay attention when the speaker is speaking, when someone is speaking. We ask clarifying questions to gain clarity. We paraphrase to get more specifics. And we use nonverbal cues like eye contact and open body language to really tell and communicate to the speaker where we are at. The next thing is feedback. And this is the engine of our growth. Engine for ourselves as well as for our speakers. Now in Toastmasters, we give feedback very often on the various projects in our past. And one of the things we use, a really excellent device, is called the sandwich method. We have a positive, constructive feedback, and then another positive, and that's the sandwich. And this style of feedback really gives the speaker or our audience, help them to feel that we are supporting them and that we are on their team, because in a method like that, we're giving them actionable things that they can implement. And this is really critical because you really don't want to be giving somebody feedback and they feel like we're attacking them, or they feel that we are not sincere and we're judging them. And in doing this method, it is important for us to be really specific on the areas that we felt were really good and on the areas that we felt could be improved. We have to be kind when we're speaking to others because you're dealing with another human being. So the words we use could break or make someone. Imagine speaking to somebody who's given an icebreaker and we're extremely cruel. Do you think they'll come back to Toastmasters? Do you think they'll want to speak again? And that could cause severe trauma to someone who's really looking to improve upon their public speaking skills. And then be helpful. Share ways and tips and tools for them to improve either their communication or their speaking. Now, if I said to somebody, your speech was good, that's pretty vague. I can say instead, I really enjoyed your opening story. I recommend that you slow down when you get to your main points, and so you can let the audience absorb them. And your closing action was very powerful. That is a simple and effective way and simple and effective use of the sandwich method. But remember, feedback is not only your opinion, it really is part of a wider part of the way we communicate with others. It helps us to improve ourselves, finding ways to craft words effectively, but it also helps the person who's receiving this information to put the tools and tips that we share in a constructive way into their future. So in essence, we begin with a positive and genuine compliment. We follow up with specific areas for improvement, and then we end on a high note, keeping them engaged and motivated. So the facilitator and teacher that I am in life, I can't come here and give you these tips and tools without asking you some questions. So it's quiz time. Are you ready for these quizzes? They're short, but effective. You ready? Am I here alone? Are you ready?
Yes, we are, DT and Donna.
You
How
ready?
should we answer? Should we put it in the chat or?
You're gonna see. You're gonna see. So, which sentence is most likely to confuse your audience? Is it, I believe in the power of perseverance, a lesson I learned while training for my first marathon? Or, I feel like, maybe we should, the sort of thing to think about, or getting back to basics. And then the topic tonight is unexpected, but it reminds me of a quote from my favorite author. Which of these sentences is most likely to confuse your audience? Is it A, B, or C? Do we have a chat monitor? Can you tell me? I can't see the chat right now.
I am seeing lots of bees rising.
Yes, lots of bees. Bees it is. Absolutely. So the next one. A fellow member is telling you about a challenge they're facing in their icebreaker speech. Which response shows you are actively listening? Is it, that sounds tough. When I gave my icebreaker, I was so nervous too. What I did was B, I'm really sorry to hear that. You mentioned your icebreaker. Are you feeling overwhelmed by the structure or the content? And C, well, the icebreaker is the easiest speech. Just write it out and practice in front of the mirror. Which of these would be the best response for our fellow member? Moderator, can you tell me which letters are you saying? Is it A, B, or C?
The bees are rising again.
The bees it is. The bees it is. And now you are evaluating a speech. Which feedback is the most helpful? All right, my A didn't appear, but let's go with B and C. I really liked your story. You need to work on your vocal variety, but your conclusion was great. Your opening story was about the souffle was very relatable. I recommend using more vocal variety, especially when describing the disaster. It would make that moment even more dramatic. I loved your final comparison of the lesson to our Toastmasters journey. Which one is it? Is it B or C? Moderator, which one are we seeing?
I am seeing what we are surrounded by on all of our islands rising to the fore. The seas have it.
The C's have it. Absolutely. Well, here is A. Just decided to appear. Toastmasters. Speaking. These are the final keys to connection and communicating effectively. Speaking gives your ideas a voice, a platform. Listening gives your ideas a home. But feedback really helps your ideas to grow. Mastering these keys to connection really is the key to speaking to be understood, listening to truly hear, and giving feedback that really builds others up. And when we do all of these things, we create positive connections. I want you to remember always that your words have impact. Your voice, your words are your wands. They help your relationships to become stronger and your leadership to be more effective. So the next time you're in a conversation, the next time you're in a critical situation, the next time you're giving feedback or evaluating a speech, remember these keys to communication, because your words have lasting impact. And I'm going to leave you with the closing quote. The Art of Communication is the Language of Leadership by James Humes. Are there any questions? If there are no questions,
Oh,
I will.
Donna, sorry. Yes, sorry, I did not hear that. I was picked up. You saw the two questions I were placed in the question and answer?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
Can you share that?
Yolanda Morris asks, the example of optimize or synergistic endeavors is understood, but what is your audience? Is that, and one, would that appreciate / be impressed by the level of communication? Can clarity then be determined by the audience speaking to, or is it the safer bet to be simple? So that was just question one. And
All right.
question
So let
two.
me answer that one first. Let me answer that one first. So I think I get the gist of what Toastmaster Donna is saying. And the reality is that when you have a general audience, your language really should be simple and direct. However, if you are speaking to, let's say, or presenting to a group of engineers, it is expected that they're going to be, and you're talking about engineering, they're going to be in engineering terms. And even if you aren't speaking about engineering, but using engineering terms, structures as analogies, then you can reach that audience. So I do take your point. There is a place for using jargon. But I believe that when you are speaking to a general audience, you eliminate that and you use very simple and direct language. Toastmaster Tyreek, can you
And the next question? The next question is, how do you give advice on the need to improve when you cannot honestly find a fault with a speech or an area for improvement? Am I to innovatively create something, to follow the sandwich method? Oh my.
So you're saying if there's nothing that you can see that can be improved?
Yes, that's what the question says.
Is that what the question is saying? Okay. So really and truly, if you cannot think of anything at that point, that is okay. But always be encouraging and motivating. And you will leave that speaker really on a high and motivated to continue speaking. Because really and truly, the ultimate goal of the evaluator is to encourage and to provide feedback. And if you have nothing to add, that is okay. There are some speakers who are that good. And you compliment them. You can even tell that speaker that you've learned a thing or two. You've learned a thing or two from their presentation, because that's all right. We don't always have to criticize, but we always have to compliment. And we need to leave people, after we've spoken with them, motivated and encouraged. Leave them better from where we've left them, where we met them. All right. So any other questions?
No, ma'am.
If there are no more questions, Madam Moderator, I yield the lectern to you.
Thank you so much, DTM Donna, for highlighting that communication is not just about words, it's about connection. When we check how we deliver our message and adjust our approach, we can truly succeed in inspiring others. Thank you. Now, let's take a short pause to refresh and connect with each other. Also, take the time to mull over the strategies we have been exposed to. Please enjoy the break and networking session. We will reconvene in 5 minutes' time. I hope the timer can put 5 minutes on the clock so that we can continue our journey. Thank you.
Hey, damn, we are now 5 minutes break. Thank you again, DTM Donna. I know you have to run off. Thank you. Toastmaster, Division Director Esther. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir, Division Director Tarek.
How is the sessions treating you?
It's treating me good. Very fine. I just wish I had it in Papamiento.
In Papa, I think we can do one in Papamento, but you'll have to put it together and refine those
Yeah.
Papamento speakers.
I definitely need those topics in my area. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Those are very, very pristine topics, and I was thinking about them, and then here they are. I commend you, and
Thank you.
Division Director Wanda for this, by the way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, Division Director Joelle. She's here too.
Was on a lunch break, but I'm here.
Yeah, on a lunch break.
Yes. I did hear Toastmaster Suzanne Hodge say it's a 5-minute break, right?
Uh-huh.
And if I choose to have my lunch during that break, it's the lunch break, right?
Wait, what is this? Am I being beaten up because I'm the youngest out of the crew? Is this
No,
what
we're the
it
same
is?
age. Stop it.
Eh? Because I'm the youngest out of the crew, and am I being beaten up?
No, you're not.
Just have to make sure. Just have to make sure. Just have to make sure. That's all. Yes, just got to make sure, you know. Cause Rhonda giving me cheeks. I know Joel wants to beat me up. This is not going good.
No, but you have 7 others to help you out, so no problem.
And they realize I'm the
All
only
female.
They realize I'm the only male, the thorn amongst the roses. The only male. Yes, Susan, I'm the only male. I keep
didn't
asking
realize
myself how I always end up that I'm the only male. Even in school, I've always been the only male in the class.
You would think he wasn't the one who asked the person to speak, right? So he could have had some more males, right?
No, I was placed in that advanced every school from since I've been to school. I only one time I've been in a mixed class, and then when moving up time, I got put into advanced classes.
And all the advanced classes had
Females.
Did you say?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I competed against females for first place, and I've always gotten it. I had to show them that women are not smarter than men.
So little time to have that discussion to go more into that.
That's true. Madam Toastmaster, the meeting soon reconvened the meeting. We need to change it up. You see, District 223, we're going to change it up. Have a full-fledged male board going forward.
I was good with that.
Will say good luck with that?
To start recruiting from now.
You'd say no to that?
I will never say no to that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, have a full. Yeah, we. And yes, that's that. To have have a more male interaction in the, on the district level, because I don't know where they're running from. Nothing is to be run from up there.
Tell them so they can come.
I have a female supervisor, and I soon become her boss. All right then. It is now 5 seconds, and soon to resume.
Susan is laughing.
Welcome back, everyone. I heard some things during our break that have me, I wouldn't say worried, but have me thinking, perplexed. But anyway, I hope you had a chance to recharge. Now let's check in on another aspect of Toastmasters, club growth. Our next speaker will share strategies to attract, engage, and retain members. Please help Natalie Labato is the current Club Growth Director for District 81. She is a distinguished Toastmaster with a proven record of building and sustaining clubs. Her leadership is marked by innovation, inclusivity, and a heart for service. Natalie has mentored countless members on their leadership journeys. Today, she shares her insights on club growth strategies. Please help me welcome to the virtual lectern our Club Growth Director, DTM Natalie Labato.
Thank you very much, Toastmaster of the Day, distinguished guests, and fellow Toastmasters. Good afternoon. How are we doing today? I don't hear anyone.
Good.
Doing great.
Good.
Okay. So today I will, I have a problem with sharing my screen. I will try again. Let me know if you see my screen, please.
It's coming up. You need to put it in presentation mode. Madam CGD, excellent. We're good. We're good.
So do you see my screen?
We are seeing the notes as well. So we need to get back.
Do you see the notes or do you see the presentation?
I'm seeing the notes as well as the screen.
Okay, so I will have to snap that. Hold on, please.
Beautiful.
Now
you're good.
Now I'm fine to go. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Let me start. The district mission is we build new clubs and what's the rest of it?
Empower.
Support all clubs in achieving excellence.
Yes, thank you very much for that sharing. As you notice, it's all about growth. Growth in quantity and in quality of the clubs. So club growth is very important. Growth isn't just about numbers. It's about energy, diversity, and sustainability. A growing club is a thriving club. So this afternoon, we will talk about attract, engage, and retain members. In the part of attracting, we will go into the strategies and also the prospective member journey, but also we will engage with members, and at last we will be doing the retention of members. The objectives are to identify strategies and phases during the prospect member journey, to develop strategies to engage both new and existing members, and also to develop strategies to retain members. We will break down each phase of the member journey and explore actionable strategies for each one. Let me begin. What brought you to Toastmasters? Can someone tell me about that? Share with us. What brought you to Toastmasters?
To overcome my fear of public speaking.
Yes, most of us. Can I get another one?
To improve on my leadership style.
Yes, both the communication and the leadership. But before we go into the strategies to attract new members, you should start by understanding who you want as a club to attract. What are their interests, their needs, and their goals? This you should know to tailor your outreach accordingly. These are some of the strategies to attract new members. We begin with hosting an open house. This was to create an open house meeting to showcase what Toastmaster has to offer and encourage guests to join. You can do a bring a friend challenge to encourage members to invite friends to meeting, either a specific meeting or a different meeting each time. Respond to the Find a Club inquiries. You know that when someone get to Toastmaster International and click on Find a Club, you as a club will receive an email to follow up on this inquiry. So make sure that your email address is correct and that you respond to any inquiries received. Leverage contact networks. Use existing contacts to recruit new members, ensuring ongoing engagement and communication. As fifth strategy, I will say utilize social media. Maintain an active club page and share engaging content to generate interest and interaction. You can also collaborate with other groups. You forge a partnership with clubs that share similar interests to introduce your club to new members. And last but not least, I will say the most important thing is encourage the word of mouth. Encourage current members to be ambassadors for the club, sharing positive experiences and recommendations. These strategies can help you create a welcoming atmosphere and make your club more appealing to potential members. Remember to regularly promote membership growth and provide incentives for new members to join. Once you have done the strategy to attract a new member, this prospective member's journey will begin. And the journey has 4 phases: awareness, evaluation, join, and support. We will look into each one of them shortly. The awareness phase. This is where the prospective members, they are aware that they have a need or a problem. They are actively searching how to address their needs or to solve their problem. They are seeking a clear and understandable product offering. And as you will say, product, but we are talking about Toastmaster. So Toastmaster is also considered, all you say it, a product or a service, because we are here to teach these members to overcome their problem. So visibility is the key. If people don't know you exist as a club, they cannot join. Be present where your audience spends time, or online or offline. So you have to get that information to strategize what you will do to attract that new member. They will go also into the evaluation phase. Here, the prospective members compare your product and service to other options. Let's say I have problem with public speaking. Do I go to Toastmaster or do I have another option? And most important, they want proof that you can deliver. People join when they see value. So make sure your club's benefits are clear and relatable to them. Let current members be your ambassadors and think out of the box. Campaigns with a theme or challenge can spark interest and make recruitment fun, both for the club as for the prospective member. The third phase is the join phase. Prospective members, how do they commit? They need a straightforward process for joining that supports their decision to trust a product. Here you would say onboarding matters. You may have welcome kits and give orientation, assign a mentor or a buddy, and here the first impression counts. The first few weeks are critical for this member that has joined. A warm welcome and clear guidance help new members feel at home. And then we have the fourth phase, that is the support phase. How do members ask for help? How do we check in to see how they are doing with their goals? How do you know if they are satisfied? Here we have 2 survey and 1 application that we can do. That is the new members survey that you can give the member after 30 days of joining, and it will help the club to improve their onboarding process and to get more member engagement. The orienting the new members is also very important, for then the member will have a look into what the process of Toastmaster will bring with it. Reviewing the attracting new members, I would say, first of all, know your ideal member. Apply strategies to attract new members, boost your visibility as a club, communicate value, and have creative campaigns. Last but not least, deliver value at every stage of the prospect member journey. Once you have gone through the part of attracting a new member, we will celebrate that the guest has become a new member. So as I said before, here the new member goal is very important. New member goals, these are the 10 goals that were in a survey in 2020, and 60% of the members who did that survey choose for number 1 and 2. So their goals are to build confidence for public speaking and to become a more effective speaker. And with these goals in mind, we can offer the member a path. We can promote a different path based on the member's goal. For instance, if a member's goal is to improve public speaking, the club can offer the paths presentation mastery and engaging with humor. If the member's goal is to improve leadership skills, the member can choose dynamic leadership, or for a more holistic leadership, persuasive influence. To work on small projects, the member can use motivation strategies or visionary communication. We engage the member by recognize and celebrate. You can use, for instance, member of the month. You can do shout outs or awards, but very important to celebrate each milestone of a member. In this part also for engaging, communicating in, as we have heard, distinguished Toastmaster Donna said, is very important. Regular updates via email or chat and have an open feedback channel. As you see, recognition fuels motivation. Celebrate contribution, or even big or small, that will build a culture of appreciation. And good communication builds trust. Keep your members informed, involved, and heard. To review the engaging new members and existing members, we will connect our club with the members' goal and needs. We share the benefits of Toastmaster for members' development, both personal and professional, and we assign mentors to guide and make plans for the first year. I would ask, what is your club doing to keep its members happy? Can someone share with us? What is your club doing to keep its members happy? Hello? Is someone there? Are you there?
Yes, we are.
Yes, I don't hear you. Can you share with us?
Okay, for example, my home club, for instance, like a lot of people, they do not have when they want to organize a speaker.
I can hear well.
A speaker-thon. My home club wants to organize a speaker-thon. Speaker-thon? Speaker-thon.
Okay, are you hearing me?
Yes. Can you share with us?
Okay, I wrote in the chat, I said very good question, but I can't say they are happy.
Uh-oh. So we have to do something very urgent because that's one of the basic things for a member to keep coming. They should be happy.
Yeah,
they may be offering, the clubs may be offering growth opportunities or a mentoring system that works well. Maybe socializing. Some
They
people say,
won't.
I
They
go to
won't.
the club to socialize. That's also cool.
They won't come to social. They won't come to social. I don't know. I need something, maybe some earthquake to move them.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's the truth. They
I,
would even answer you when you're communicating to try to get them to respond to something.
yes. So that will be something to discuss in another setting for to keep the club the members engaged in the club. Once you have the part of the members engaging, that they feel that they are engaged in the club, we will have to look also into retaining the members, because we can successfully recruit new members, but if we don't retain those that we have, it's like coming in and going out. That's not a growth. So some of the strategies you can do to retain members is to reach out, and when you reach out to them, ask, why I haven't seen you in a long time. Is everything fine? Do you want to come back? Or what can we do for you? Another thing is also to rekindle the interest of the member, because sometimes life happens and things are going not the way they are supposed to go. So you rekindle that interest with the members and engage with them so that they feel heard. You conduct a members interest survey annually to look into the interests of each member. You create opportunities to foster friendship, because if you have friends, your guest has become member and your members have become family, you won't be thinking about leaving the club because you have another engagement into their friendship. And something very important also is to encourage participation at every meeting. So you will have the members participating along the line.
I can tell you, we try all of that, and what do you call it? The fifth minute to the meeting, somebody will send a message to say that they can't come. And there's no accident. They know all along that they weren't coming. Yeah, well, just press along. All is not lost.
We will be continuing to engage the member, maybe with another approach that will help also with the retainment of the members. One that is also very important when retaining is to keep the meeting fresh. So you rotate your events format, you invite guest speakers, and you offer skills building workshop to your members. And then you will support growth, personal goal setting to get to reach to your goal. As Division Director Tarek said, if you don't have a goal, you don't have a plan, you won't reach neither of them. Leadership development is something that also is attracting members to stay because they will develop their leadership skills. And once you have a member that is, let's say, seasoned, you can do the mentorship program as well. So the membership program will help to achieve both personal and professional goals through club activities. Build the belonging, the belonging that you belong to a club. Your club has traditions, so you share those traditions with your members. Share your experiences and have an inclusive culture that everyone feels that like they belong to the club. When a member is thinking about leaving the club, it's very important to have the exit interview and get feedback of the member that's leaving. Based on that, you can adjust your strategy as needed. So if you have a member that won't be member anymore, he or she wants to leave the club, don't let him or her leave without saying why. Because that data can be used to guide decision, and listening to what the members say or what they don't say continuously improve the culture of the club. You have the retaining members. You show your members why membership is worth their time and money. Mix up different types of events on your calendar to appeal to more people. Share the responsibility and volunteer opportunities among different members. Gather feedback from members to target their needs. Recognize every success, maybe little or big, maybe in the club or outside the club, but recognize that. And most important, be patient and flexible. Don't expect changes to happen right now. You may be surprised by the things that work in your club, but keep an open mind. To conclude, we had looked into the attract, engage, and retain. For the attract new members, the deliver value to every stage of prospect members' journey. To engage, connect your club to the members' goals and needs. And to retain, show your member why membership is worth their time and money. I ask you to put in the chat, what is one thing that you learned from this session that you will implement in your club? I cannot see the chat right now, so I ask the moderator to help me with what is put in the chat. One thing that you learned from the session that you will implement in your club. Can you share with us?
The president from Eminent Orators said that the exit interview is something that they learned.
Yes, thank you for sharing that.
But that's the only person.
Others?
No, nobody's writing in the chat. Oh, I see there's a question and answer.
I don't have access to that neither. Can you see,
Okay,
please?
Yeah, I see somebody sent a question and answer. There was a discussion on one of the chats that begs the question of how does one reconcile the club's values with that of a prospective member who does not observe these core values? Do you deter that person from joining? ask a question from Toastmaster Yolanda.
I will suggest to have a conversation with that prospect member, because we as Toastmasters do have core values that we obtain, and then for the member to join and not willing to get to the core values, I will prefer to talk to him or her and then see if we move forward with the membership, because these are our core values. And if you do not get to them, or you don't want to stay with them, I will say I will prefer you not to be a member.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions or anything else in the chat.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I will finish with one quote that says by Penny Gould. When asked why I stay a Toastmaster, the reply is I joined to help myself and I stay to help others. I hereby pass the word back to the Toastmaster of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Club Growth Director Natalie, for reminding us that clubs succeed when members feel valued and engaged. Growth is not just about numbers. It's about building vibrant communities where people thrive. Thank you for that. And that leads us into the heart of team motivation. Our next session will help us discover how to inspire officers, energize members, and sustain momentum. Please let me introduce our next presenter. Godalis Reyna is a distinguished Toastmaster and past region advisor. She has served at the highest levels of Toastmasters leadership across multiple territories. Her work emphasizes team empowerment, vision-driven leadership, and motivation. Toastmaster Godalis is respected internationally as a speaker and mentor. Today, she presents on motivating the team. Please help me welcome to the virtual lectern, Toastmaster Godalis Reyna.
Thank you very much, Madam Toastmaster of the day. Fellow Toastmasters, leaders, today I invite you to imagine your club or your area or your division is a ship on the Caribbean Sea. The waves are strong, the destination is clear, but what truly moves this ship is not the boat itself, it's the wind in the sails. That wind is motivation. Without it, even the strongest ships drift. But with it, ordinary crews achieve extraordinary journeys. Over the next half an hour, we are going to explore how you as leaders can keep the wind in your sails and ensure that your teams stay energized, stay inspired, and unstoppable. A club without motivation is like a boat without wind. Imagine being out in the Caribbean Sea. The sun is shining, but there is no wind in your sails. The boat drifts. Without motivation, that's what happens to our teams and our clubs. Even the strongest team, they stall. My goal today is to help us keep that wind blowing so our clubs and our teams can move forward with the energy and purpose. Let's think about the context of the wind being the energy that drives performance. If we compare this to a regular Toastmasters year, and I've seen this many, many times. At the beginning in July, officers are fresh from training, they're excited about achieving goals, and the members are eager to learn. Energy is high, but what often happens by November or February is that the energy starts to fade. Officers, even district officers, sometimes feel stretched. Members start missing meetings. Progress slows. That's the danger on relying on starting motivation alone. Motivation is not a one-time spark. It's just like the wind in the sails of the boat I started talking about at the beginning of this presentation. It has to be caught, it has to be nurtured, and it has to sustain over time. If not, even the best teams and the best crews, on the ship, they lose their sight. And like I said before, the ship will drift, of course. When motivation fades in our clubs, you can notice it, you can feel it. Fewer people volunteer for meeting roles. How many times does the vice president education have to ask, okay, who wants to deliver speeches? Who wants to do a meeting role? Officers feel like they're carrying the load alone. They forget that this is a growing experience. As a leader, it becomes a burden. Guests, they come, but they do not convert into new members because they don't feel the energy in the room. Everything feels heavy. It's discouraging. And sometimes it even feels lonely. But when motivation is alive, it changes everything. Meetings feel vibrant. Members step forward eagerly. Officers feel proud to be part of the club, and they're energized by their roles instead of feeling drained. Guests want to be part of the family of that club. Motivation breathes life into the club. So I want to ask you, and please feel free to type in the chat. What does it feel like when momentum fades in your club? And I'd like to ask Madam Toastmaster of the Day to help me check the chat. What does it feel like when momentum fades in your club?
I'm seeing burdensome.
Definitely.
Frustrating, depressing, like trying to run through quicksand. Oh, yes. Discouraging, like an uphill task. Because we have so much energy and we want to see the clubs continue, and then it seems like everybody else doesn't want to. So fading momentum, discouraging, tiring, worrisome. Roles are not taken.
Thank you very, very much for sharing the answers in chat, Madam Toastmaster of the Day. Most of the time, you will hear words like just then, frustrating, tiring, disappointing. And that's because leadership without motivation is like rowing against the wind. Can you imagine? It's exhausting. That is why motivation matters. It is the invisible yet powerful force that keeps us moving forward. As leaders, it is our responsibility to recognize when motivation is fading and act quickly to revive it. I always tell people when I'm part of a club executive committee, don't tell me that the members are not motivated, not motivated to do the roles. Tell me how motivated you are, because we have to start to lead by example. Okay. There are 3 keys that helps us motivate and sustain our teams: vision, recognition, and connection. Sorry about that. Think of them as the compass, the sails, and the crew. In sailing, you need 3 things: a direction, a force that moves you, and a team that works together. Without direction, you wander aimlessly. Without wind, you stay stuck. And without a crew, you're stranded alone. It's the same as in Toastmasters. If your teams don't have a shared vision, they lose track of where they're going. If we don't recognize people along the way, they run out of energy. And if we do not create connection, members drift away. They don't feel part of something bigger. That is why these 3 keys, the vision, recognition, and connection, they're not optional. They're the foundation for keeping motivation alive. Now I want you to imagine your club or your area as a sailboat. The compass represents vision. It keeps you pointed toward a clear destination. The sails are recognition, because when adjusted, they catch the wind and move you forward. And the crew represents connection, because without teamwork, no boat makes it across the sea. Over the next few minutes, we're going to dive deeper into each one of these keys. And as I do, I invite you to think of your own club and your teams. Ask yourself, where is my compass pointing? And how am I adjusting my sails? And how strong is the spirit of my crew? By the end of this, you'll have practical ways to strengthen all 3, so your boat keeps sailing strong all the way to June. First, shared vision. A team without direction feels lost. Just like a compass points north, vision gives us direction. When people do not know where they're going, they drift. But when there's a clear vision, people feel motivated to keep moving forward. A vision actually answers this question: why are we doing this? For example, imagine a club president saying, "Our goal is to be distinguished." It sounds nice, but what does it really say to the members? Now contrast that with a president who says, "Our vision as a club is to be a club where every member achieves at least 1 level this year, and every guest feels welcome and inspired to join." Now the vision connects directly to the members' experiences. It becomes personal. So as leaders, it's our job to tie the club's goals to the members' dreams, their goals. If a members want to be a better speaker for work, show them how pathways will help. If a member wants to build confidence, show them how taking on meeting roles helps build courage. When people see how the vision includes them, they stay motivated and they stay committed. Now, I want you to share one personal motivation for joining Toastmasters. Madam Club Grow Director asked that question in a slightly different way. What motivated you to join that specific club that you joined? What made you say, this is the club I want to belong to? Please type that in chat. Madam Moderator? Why did you want to join that specific Toastmasters family?
I have curiosity and the club of my faith from President of Eminent Orators.
Okay,
Now,
interesting.
that's making me curious. I think I'm going to have to go to their next meeting.
Who else would like to share? Please share in chat. No one else?
I'm not seeing anyone. Let me see if
Okay.
there's anything in. Oh, there is a question in the question and answer. What do you do when members won't even share their... Oh, wow. What do you do when members won't even share their goals of what they want to achieve for the year?
Share it with who? I ask because I'm thinking it's always good to have members have a mentor. And a mentor would know or would try to at least make a connection, because mentoring helps in the sense of getting members engaged, keeping members engaged when the mentoring is done correctly. So if a member doesn't want to share with me, for instance, as the Vice President Education, what he or she wants to share, there may be good reasons. But as the mentor to work with that member, the fact that the member wants to stay is already something. Sometimes we have people, for instance, in my club, I have people telling me, work has become very demanding. I want to stay as a member. I want to participate more frequently, but I cannot commit. I understand that. But I do keep them in the loop of things, inform them of what's happening. So not every member is the same. Sometimes people come just to get that little something that they need to progress in their journey, their professional journey. That's okay too. But every member needs a different approach. And maybe the trust is not there with you, but have someone else help you encourage that member or guide that member. That's what I would do.
And some other questions, some other things that we have. I am in many clubs to see the different practices and cultures. Another person, I didn't know anything about Toastmasters when I became a charter member of the only club on island. Eventually, I realized it helped me professionally. And as somebody else, it was the only club in my country. Somebody else, my club is supportive of my goals. And I have joined different clubs for different reasons, but one is a camaraderie and atmosphere in the clubs, inspiration and motivation. So there's lots of different reasons why people join the clubs.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. So did you hear that, fellow Toastmasters? How different people's motivations are? Some join for confidence, some join for leadership, some for the community. Those personal motivations are our compass as a leader. When you align your club's direction with those motivations, you create a shared vision that keeps people moving together. So a shared vision is not just about fancy words. It's about creating alignment between organizational goals and personal purpose. When your compass is clear, the boat will stay on course. Now let's move forward to recognition, which is the wind in the sails. Recognition keeps us moving forward. Have you ever noticed how people light up when you acknowledge them? Recognition is powerful because it tells people you matter, your effort counts, and that gives them the energy to keep going. Motivation is not always about big rewards. I was just sharing this yesterday with my division team. Sometimes small, consistent recognition make a big difference. It can be a WhatsApp shout out. It can be their names on a poster, a quick applause during a meeting, a certificate handed out in front of peers, a personal voice note saying, "Thank you for stepping up." Think of your sales. If they're never adjusted, your boat slows down. Recognition works the same way. When we celebrate small wins, we catch more wind and the boat speeds forward. Without recognition, the energy dies and progress slows. So if that member doesn't want to keep moving forward, take a look at the environment. Is it because of us, what we're doing? Or is it really that the member is not internally motivated to move forward? And how can we help that? Recognition, like I said, is not just for big achievements, but we have to recognize effort consistently, creatively, and also growth. Did a member volunteer for the role for the very first time? Celebrated. I like going into base camp and sending feedback with the badges that we can choose and let it open for every club member to see. Did someone invite a guest? Acknowledge it. Did an officer take on an extra task? Appreciate it. Because recognition boosts energy and builds loyalty in the club. A member who feels seen and appreciated, they stay motivated longer and they give more of themselves. Officers who feel recognized are less likely to burn out because recognition creates a culture where motivation thrives naturally. So ask yourself, how often am I adjusting the sails in my club? How often am I celebrating wins that keeps us moving forward? And recognition doesn't have to cost much, but without it, the journey becomes heavy, and that will cost you. With it, we catch the wind and we sail smoothly toward our goals. And the third key, connection, which is the crew spirit. Belonging is one of the most powerful motivators. People stay where they feel connected. Motivation doesn't come from personal goals or recognition. It comes from being part of a team. Think about it. What keeps members coming back after a long day of work? It's not always speeches and evaluations. Most of the time, it's the laughter, the friendships, the sense of community. It is knowing that someone will notice if we're not there. Connection creates accountability and commitment. As leaders, we must foster this crew spirit within our teams. That means checking in on members who go quiet, creating mentoring relationship, what I just shared, so no one feels that they have to walk this journey alone, celebrating birthdays, hosting theme meetings, or socials that allow members to bond beyond the speeches. Connection also means listening. Sometimes members lose motivation because they do not feel heard. Sometimes a quick conversation. How are you doing with your goals? What support do you need? Can reignite that energy. When a crew works together, the boat moves faster. When the crew is divided, the boat drifts or it stalls. Connections ensure that everyone feels like they're a part of the team. So here's the truth. Even the best vision and recognition can't sustain a club if there's no connection. Because at the heart of Toastmasters is community. When we build that crew spirit, motivation doesn't have to feel forced. It becomes natural. Members want to row together, not because they have to, but because they feel that they belong. However, the wind will slow. It will. But when the wind slows, leaders adjust their sails. They do not abandon ship. Energy drips will happen. Motivation naturally fades if we do not refresh it. And as leaders, we must expect dips in energy. That's normal. The danger comes when we are surprised by it and do not take action. Sustaining momentum requires intentional leadership. One way to sustain momentum is by refreshing goals mid-year. In January, for example, revisit your vision with your entire team. Ask, where are we now? What have we achieved? What's next? This recenters everyone and creates a renewed sense of purpose. Another way is to rotate roles. Imagine you have a committee and you want people to learn something new. If members feel stuck in the same responsibilities, they lose energy. By rotating or giving new challenges, you inject creativity and prevent burnout. Injecting fun and creativity is also crucial. For instance, my club, we like having once a year a nocturnal beach party. Don't ask. It's fun and we do feel connected and we all jump into the ocean at 12 midnight and people live for it. Think about theme meetings, a club challenge, a special event. These create bursts of excitement and they sustain long-term motivation. And here is the key. When the wind slows, leaders don't abandon ship. They adjust the sails, they change strategy, introduce something fresh, and re-energize the crew. Think of sailing as a team in a race. They don't quit when the wind dies down. They reposition the sails, shift their weight, and keep moving until the wind returns. That's what leaders do in Toastmasters. We anticipate dips and adjust so the momentum continues. So please do not fear slow seasons. Instead, we have to be prepared for them. Because sustaining momentum is not about never slowing down. It's about ensuring the boat never stops moving forward. So here's my call to action. Motivate, inspire, sustain. Motivation does not happen by accident, guys. It happens because leaders like us, leaders like you, create it intentionally. You are the captains of your clubs, your areas, your division, and this district. You are the ones holding the compass, adjusting the sails, and inspiring the crew. So I want you to think, what is one thing you can do this week to bring more wind into your sails? Maybe it is recognizing a member who hasn't been celebrated for a while. Maybe it is revisiting your vision with your officers. Or maybe it's planning a fun themed meeting to bring the excitement back. Motivate, inspire, sustain. That's the call to action. That is how we keep the wind in our sail all year long. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmasters, our clubs, our districts are like boats. Our divisions are like fleets. And together we share the same ocean. We may face storms, calm waters, or shifting winds, but with the right vision, recognition, and connection, we can keep our sails full and our crews energized. Remember, leadership is not about doing it alone. It's about guiding, it's about inspiring and sustaining others. It is about adjusting the sails when the wind changes and reminding the crew why this journey matters. So, as you leave this session, I encourage you to take the lessons of the sea with you. Be the compass that points your team toward purpose. Be the wind that fills their sails through recognition. Be that leader who builds a crew spirit that keeps everyone rowing together. Because when we do that, our clubs they don't just drift along. They'll sail with strength. They don't just reach goals. They create experiences. And they don't just survive the year. They soar to success. Madam Toastmaster of the Day.
Thank you, distinguished Toastmaster Godales, for showing us how motivation is the fuel that keeps our teams moving forward, the wind in our sails. When we check on our team's energy and adjust our leadership, we create unstoppable momentum. Now, it's time to put learning into action. We've listened for the past 2 hours. We've been listening, almost 3 hours we've been listening. Now we're going into an interactive breakout room discussion. Everyone will now have the opportunity to collaborate and share insights in smaller groups. Remember, success is not just about listening, it's about engaging. Let's use this time to discuss, reflect, and learn from each other. You will automatically be assigned to a breakout room to discuss a particular scenario. After we come back, you will have appointed a spokesperson, and that person will present the consensus response to the scenario. There will be somebody in the breakout room with you to guide you, but not to give you the answers. Who is Everyone is going to be automatically assigned, or the scenarios are in the chat. Are we just assigning somebody to a particular chat? To a breakout room, sorry?
Hold on, Madam Moderator.
Are we ready to open the breakout rooms?
I think we are.
I would just advise that persons take probably the PowerPoint presentation. There's a question based on every particular topic that was presented. And when you go out to the breakout room, you'd be assigned a breakout room with the name of the topic. So just look in the PowerPoint, if you can, to get the particular question. If there are any issues, there are some other pictures here with the specific questions. So the first one would be, I believe, the break. Session 1, what we did for session 1, managing burnout. Then you have leadership and action, and you have the others, communication power, club growth strategies, and motivating the team. So make sure you all at least, I put all of them in the breakout room scenarios, the PowerPoint, so make sure you have that when you're going into the breakout rooms.
Thank you for that, Madam Division Director.
You're welcome.
Have fun, speak a lot, but make sure that you come back and present.
When you have 15 minutes in the breakout room, and then you're back out and we'll discuss it in the next 15.
So we have 6 rooms. There are
We didn't
Are they selecting which room they want to go in, or are we assigning them?
It was supposed to be assigned
Automatic,
automatically.
yeah.
All right, so hold on. We will look on it now. You will get from myself.
Looks to me like they're going to have to be assigned. I'm not seeing where they're
I'm
they're
assigning them.
moving.
TTM Division Director Tyreek, you'd have to go into your room. Group strategy. Anthony Durand, you look outside all by yourself. Hold on. What I assigned you actually. Anthony Durand, not joined. You are in. Toastmaster Durand, did you see your notification to join? Toastmaster Nazir? Tariq? Already. Toastmaster Nazir, you didn't see your notification to join? Tariq, are you there? Tariq? Toastmaster Durand?
Yes, yes, hello.
Hi, what's happening? After
I'm
reassigning?
not in, I'm not, yes, yes, can you reassign me, please? I'm presently not assigned.
Okay, I'm putting you in
Thank
leadership
you.
in action.
All right, thank you.
You need to accept it though. He's saying the request to join. So. Tyreek? Nazir?
Yes, I'm here.
You didn't want to go into the breakout room?
No, it's okay. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Okay. Hi, Toastmaster. Shamaline, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. I don't see you. Wait a minute. Hi.
You're here.
How are you?
I'm all right. I have a feeling I may have to send people back in the breakout room, but I'm waiting for them to come back in to see what's happening.
Okay, okay.
First of all, we had two points. The first one was to ask for help from other clubs. You said
Hold on. The main room. You're in the main room. Look up.
I'm in the main room.
Yeah.
I'm in the main room already.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm flies.
Okay.
All right. Toastmasters, I'm just asking because I was not in the breakout room. I know that one group in particular got started very late. Was everyone finished, otherwise finished in their breakout room, or do we need to give more time? Because we have the time to do so. So give me some consensus. I see.
How would you like us to respond to you?
I need to know.
Oh.
Well, the persons who will facilitate us in the room, I suspect, and I would not know, so I need to find out from you. Do you all need more time in the breakout room, or are you all already ready to discuss what you all discussed in your rooms?
Well, in the room,
I think everybody's back now,
Well,
right?
You're breaking up. I'm not hearing you. You're breaking up. So somebody from managing burnout, speak to me. You all are ready? Managing burnout?
Yes, we are.
We're in the fourth breakout room about club growth, and I think we are done.
You're ready.
If we get
right.
more time, we can get more strategies, but I think for the sake of time, we are done.
Okay, leadership in action. That's the room I'm concerned about.
Yes, we were able to pull together. So yes.
So everybody is ready to present?
We good?
Yes. Everybody's ready. We're going to do it like table topics. I am going to, so you have 2 minutes to present your answer. I am going to try and share the scenarios on my screen. I'm not sure if they're in order. So as the screen comes up, if you will present, I'd be grateful. Let me see. I hope this is the first one. Yes, wonderful. Scenario 1. I'm sharing for everybody so that you'll all know what the answer is about. So just take a couple of seconds to read that, and I will ask the spokesperson from scenario 1 to present in 2 minutes their response. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, seeing it.
Okay, great.
Toastmaster Austin?
Can we have 2 minutes on the clock, please?
I believe she's having some difficulty in sharing it because I couldn't hear her just now when she was speaking.
It looks like she's speaking, yes.
My video is not coming on, but are you hearing me?
We can hear you.
My video is not coming on. Are you hearing me? You can hear me?
Yes, we are. Yes, we can. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Here's video. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Our question was, for two clubs in the area are struggling to find
Question is on the screen, so you don't have to repeat it.
as
You just skip
and
around.
functionary because members feel blocked.
Toastmaster
Still,
Austin, you may need to close your camera. I think your
are
bandwidth is
held
low.
before the deadline. We have been identified. We set up as a group cause. Why is this happening in the club? Sometimes they may have full membership enough, but yet always the ones who are performing the responsibility to encourage them, recognize them. And by encouraging them and recognizing and even identifying their strengths and share or a particular area you can enter. And others now looking on, hearing you, encouraging and saying, but you are not performing in isolation to say, well, you're not being recognized. Another thing we said too, if when you join the club, when you join the clubs together, you have greater fortitude. So there is strength in numbers and an ability now to find more members in the group now. You can now share the roles and responsibilities a little more. That will take away some of the burnout. And also as a project. You join the you must have Toastmasters. What is your take away? So project them to speak with and speak and find out what is the core of the issue that is occurring in the club. That is our contribution. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Toastmaster Austin. Your volume and your clarity was not there, but we got the gist of your response. So thank you very much. I'll now share the next scenario, which I am not sure it is. Share. Oh. Thank you, Toastmaster, Division Director Rhonda. Scenario number 2 is on the screen. We can take a few seconds to read it, and I will ask the spokesperson to respond within 2 minutes.
Responsibilities on time was include.
So is the person from scenario 2 ready to present?
Hey, good afternoon. I am Melissa Breeson, and I will be presenting on behalf of the team for scenario 2. So our suggestion for this scenario would be to interact with potential persons one-on-one concerning the club contest or the immediate action to host a club contest. Because and due to the lack of members, with active members that is within the club, we would suggest to have a joint club contest for the contest and to give persons who are a part of the club to a chance at having or participating within a contest setting. Post the benefits of having a club contest for the active members. Excite the members about having a club contest. As I would have mentioned, interact with persons one-on-one. Those who are or who have the potential of participating in a contest have one-on-one sessions with those persons and possible one-on-one training sessions with those persons. Many times we have persons not participating in club contests because of the fear of being in a contest, or persons not having the confidence in themselves in participating in a club contest. As I would have mentioned, have a joint club contest, outsource persons to have or to be key role players in having a club contest due to the lack of active members, so that this contest can be delivered in the manner in which it should be. One of the other things outside of the initial stages is to create a PR plan as to not just the benefits of the club contest, but to also engage non-active members in returning to the club so that they can see for themselves the benefits that Toastmasters has to offer when it's now beyond just the meeting of the clubs, but going on a stage or a scale of having club contests that could take you into the international level. And that is what we would have came up with as a matter of presentation for our scenario 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Toastmaster Melissa, for that comprehensive answer. And we're going to move right into scenario number 3. The person who is presenting for scenario number 3, please step forward. The scenario is on the screen, so as they are giving their response, we can actually see what they're responding to. Who is the presenter for scenario number 3? And this is communication power. Oh, somebody is talking, but I can't hear them. Is it just me?
One second.
I don't want to mess up your name, but Toastmaster Garcia.
Yes.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Yes.
You're presenting for scenario number 3?
The matter of fact, I tried to give an answer. Where's the scenario? I lost the scenario number 3. I have scenario number 4.
Oh, okay. So you can present on scenario number 4. We'll come back to number 3.
Yeah, now I see number 4.
So club
Would you like me to present now, scenario number 4?
No, I'm confused.
Who's presenting?
Who's presenting?
I'll be presenting for scenario number 4.
Hold a second. Is there someone to present for number 3?
There's a presenter for number 3? Toastmaster Garcia, you presenting for number 3?
No, we handled scenario number 1, but someone else answered it.
Oh, okay. So nobody had scenario number 3? Doesn't look so. Okay, so we can move on to scenario number 4. DTM Arnold, I think I heard you speaking.
Yes. Good evening, fellow Toastmasters. I'll be presenting on scenario number 4. The first answer we have is that after the contest, we'll approach all the guests and invite them to our next regular meeting. We'll invite them right there. And then 2 days after the contest, after collecting their emails, we invite them again. And then just before the contest, just before the meeting is about to happen, we'll invite them the third time to come to the meeting. We'll make the meeting interesting, maybe a theme meeting where they would want to return. That's number 2. Now, number 3 is that we would offer a discount on the first 3 persons who would convert to guests. So that will encourage them. Hopefully that will encourage them to come back to the meeting. Number 4, we would casually take the guest aside and ask them what would they like to get out of Toastmasters. And depends on what they tell us, we would assure them that their goals can be filled in Toastmasters if they would join the club. This will be another way of encouraging them to join the club. And number 5, last, is that we would sponsor persons who, by paying their dues, who cannot pay for themselves, depending that they actually become active and actually do the projects and proceed through the levels. That's all we have. Back to you, Madam Toastmaster.
Thank you very much, DTM Arnold, for that response. We will go right into scenario number 5. And if there is no presenter for scenario number 3, we can do it as a group. So, Division Director Rhonda, can you share number 5? Thank you. Who is the spokesperson for scenario number 5?
I am. Good afternoon, Toastmaster.
Good afternoon.
Nadia Jules. I believe we came up with 4 points. The first point would be do individual check-ins. So call in the individual members just to review their responsibilities and find out if there are any questions. Then there would be maybe the team approach, and that will give you an opportunity to review the contest rules and also go beyond the logistics. Maybe learn more about the collaboration, maybe the team members, the relationship within the group itself. Maybe reframe the deadlines and make it, instead of saying the deadlines, so we have commitment dates. So changing the perspective or changing the narrative of the word could probably change their frame or their attitude. And lastly, the lean into strategic relationships within the group. It's stated that different members have different skills, and just because you're a titled leader means that you would always have specific skills. So also informal leaders within the group or within the club can take on or have a better ability to negotiate or motivate persons to achieve certain tasks. So basically delegate certain tasks or skills to persons who may have that natural ability to get persons motivated. And I believe that is where we were with the 4 points. So individual check-ins, team building or team meetings, reframing words to help reframe attitudes and action plans, and lean into strategic relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Toastmaster Nadia, for that presentation. Can we go back to scenario number 3 and see if the main group can answer that scenario, since it doesn't seem like we have a presenter. Communication power. After the club contest has concluded and the results are announced, a contestant challenges the judging process. As VPE or area director, how would you handle the situation to maintain fairness, uphold integrity, and preserve trust among members? The floor is open, but we still have 2 minutes. Yes, Toastmaster Joelle. I hope I haven't spoiled your name.
Toastmaster Joel, thank you.
Thank you.
I would refer to the contest rulebook because based on the scenario, someone is contesting after the results. The rulebook, which is our guide, does state that you need to protest within before the results are announced. So I would refer or let that be our guide, that I would refer to the rulebook and show exactly where it says how we should conduct our contest, and in a very politeful way, respectful and educational way, informative as well. I would direct all parties and remind us that we need to be guided by the rulebook.
Thank you for that contribution. Is everybody in agreement? Raise your hands. Send an emoji. Let me know that you're still there and I'm not speaking to myself. Yes. Yes. Teamwork makes the dream work. We just answered scenario number 3 in a very swift fashion. Does anybody else have anything else that they think they would do? Just to give everybody an opportunity.
Madam Toastmaster today.
Yes.
I agree with the response. I do think perhaps, though, it might be important to hear why that person said that, because they may need to be educated. Is it just that, oh, I think I should have won?
True.
Or is it that there's a misunderstanding in how the contest is run, how we arrive at the rules? So yes, that's the response, but we may need more so that the member does not go away having a negative thought, feeling that they should not enter contest when it is just that they didn't understand the procedure.
I like that addition to the response.
We have
So
another hand up, so we have another hand up, DTM Sandra Lachman.
Oh, DTM Sandra. You can go ahead.
You need to unmute DTM Sandra.
Her hand is up, but she's not.
She unmuted and then she muted again. DTM Sandra Lachman. Go ahead.
Oh.
One more time. One more time. Keeps unmuting. DTM Lachman, we're not hearing you. You're muted.
You're still muted.
We have another hand up.
Oh, she's saying that her mic will not unmute. So do you want to type your, if it's short, can you type your question in the chat? And we have.
Should be able to. DTM Sandra? No, she's having some difficulty. While she puts that in the chat, if she can, we have Toastmaster Yolanda. The hand is also up.
Yes, Toastmaster Yolanda, while DTM Sandra is typing in the chat, you can ask your question.
Okay, good afternoon, all. Quickly, for me, rules are there for us to observe it and to be guided by. While I acknowledge what would have been contributed shortly with respect to you give them an opportunity to voice, if we have rules in place, I'm sure prior to the contest, persons would have been guided. There's the meeting, the breakout room where they are guided in terms of the rules and so on. For us to always be compromising and opening, we are opening the doors for future like happening. So for me, if there's a rule that's saying that it should be done this way, it should be done this way. That's my contribution. Thank you.
I agree. And we are also an educational club or movement program. So if somebody does not understand it, it behooves us to explain to them the process as well. Yes, they should have been briefed, but just in case they didn't understand fully, and maybe they were shy to ask at that point in time. So it wouldn't hurt to just reiterate what that was, what the answer was, or the reason. And DTM Sandra said, if my memory serves me correctly, this is handled by contest chair and chief judge. So that's again in the handbook. The rule book, sorry.
If I may, Madam Toastmaster.
Yes, go ahead.
I was not in any way suggesting that the protest should be entertained. So I don't think it needs to go to the chief judge or the contest chair. As VPE or area director, a member comes to me. So my first response is, it is too late to protest because protests the rule book says protests can only be accepted before the results are final. As an educator, my question might be, and it depends on what they said. I'm simply saying that depending on the nature of the concern, maybe I need to use it as a teachable moment because it could be coming from a lack of understanding of the procedure. So you're shutting them down to say it cannot go forward. But depending on what they've said, you may very well need to expand and explain the process. So there isn't alienation. So there isn't a mumbling and an undercurrent that may affect the club going forward. I'm not saying that we're entertaining it because the first thing that we're saying is this cannot be entertained because it's too late. But depending on what the nature of the query is, perhaps it's an opportunity. Perhaps you need to expand. That's all I'm saying. But there's no question about taking the protest or whatever it is. And maybe it's just a query, not a protest.
And
So we're not circumventing the rule book. I don't even think it needs to go to the chief judge or the contest chair because the results are. I hope that cleared up what I said.
And thank you for that.
I agree with you, Madam
Corinne.
Corinne, because you also alluded to the fact that the reason that a person might be because there are the rule says that protests are limited to eligibility, originality, and reference to another contestant. So, that's the only way somebody could think. So that is the teachable moment that you're speaking of. And besides that, if it's done already results, then there's no So it's really a teachable moment by the area director or the VPN.
And it also might not be a contestant, because I've had experience where something happened in a contest, the result, we cleared it up, the results were finished, and afterwards a member of the club would not let it die. So it might not even be a member. So again, it needs education. Because if you don't explain, they're just going to keep on and on and on and never understand why they're wrong.
That's true. And thank you so much. This discussion has led us into our question and answer segment. And I see that AD Kevin has his hand up. You have a question, AD Kevin?
Good afternoon.
Good
fellow
afternoon.
Toastmasters. I just wanted to add, before we go to the rule book, as we always like to do, right? Here how I will handle it. I will try to understand the nature of the challenge that the member is contesting. For instance, is it an eligibility problem? Is it a judging irregularity? Is it a timing issue? Is it something, is it what the contestant is really challenging? Then I will go to the speech contest rule book to see where that falls under, right? And if it has grounds, either to determine who should handle it. Is it the contest chair, the chief judge? That is how I would proceed to handle the matter. Because sometimes persons want to be heard rather than just tell them in terms of what they're challenging may not be significant. Persons want to be heard. And if they want to be heard, we must see where, whatever they're challenging, what it falls under in the root book. Where does the challenge has any grounds, right? So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I note in the chat that it's already after the contest and after the results have been given, and the scenario is based on this specific question that was asked. So the fact that it was after the results had been given, that was the issue, I think, and who they protested to. But are there any other? We've had a wonderful afternoon. We've had almost 4 hours of sitting and listening to some dynamic presenters from all aspects. And I just want to know if there are any other questions and answers, not on that last scenario. Don't let our entire evening be on that last scenario. So let's ask any questions, any clarification that you want on any of the sessions that went before. The floor is open. So you can raise your hand and I will ask you to speak. There are no questions? You understood everything? We still have our facilitators here. Okay, I have a question. I'm a member of a club and we have members who are not coming to meetings, but they continue to pay their dues. How can we encourage them to come to meetings? Because they're very adamant they want to continue to pay their dues, but then why are you paying your dues if you're not coming? Anybody can help me? How we can encourage them? Oh gosh, everybody's gone to sleep?
We're here.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a question you will have to ask the member. After serving almost 30 years in Toastmasters, I had to learn that Toastmasters is not life. And sometimes life happens and you have to take a few steps back, take care of business, and then you can come back stronger. The important aspect is staying in touch with the member, knowing what's going on. Coincidentally, we have a situation like that in my club, but we are in touch with the member. We know what's going on. The member needs space, but the member also said, listen, I need this time to work things out. I'll be back. And to me, that says a lot. It means a lot. So if there's something going on, keep the connection, keep the communication going. Let the member know that we are for here for them, not just when it comes to Toastmasters, but also when it comes to other aspect of life, if that's possible. So that's how I would handle it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And one thing that we have done is, because they're still members, we've asked them, because they can't come to the meetings on a regular basis, we've asked them to mentor a new member. So they don't have to come to the meetings all the time, but they can still provide their support to a new member. I am not sure in which order the hands went up, but on my screen, I am seeing DTM Corin first. If she was not the first hand, please let me know.
I don't think I was the first, but
Oh,
I
no.
can be quick.
Okay,
Because basically, DTM Godalis said what I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. AD Kevin, I see your hand up.
Thank you very much. First, we have to be honest. Toastmasters are people too. When persons not coming to meeting, it could be for many reasons. Many reasons why they not come in. I tell you, you would be amazed to find out some of the reasons. It could be personal, it could be a job issue, it could be that maybe they feel they don't have a role in the meeting, or they don't, maybe nobody don't call them, they don't follow through. Let us say whatever the issue is. I would tell clubs to have a profile on their members, especially the VP education, VP membership. Have a profile. Maybe the president could be informed on that too. Have a profile on your members. Each member, I've learned, they have a skill set. They may have a particular interest. We need to know what is that interest. Like, for instance, if a member, let us say, works in an office every day, maybe a family person, maybe one kid, two kids, depending. We have to understand if could that member come to 2 meetings all the time, or what is acceptable for the member to really do in the club. The member might have a particular skill set. You want to invite that member, include them. Let me say the member does do graphic design, you find out that. Ask the member for the input. When people feel included, they will give a little more. When they feel excluded, they will just, some people stay back, or they just don't push through because they say, well, nobody didn't ask me anything, so I don't believe that maybe I not value. But I agree with the first speaker. We have to be following up with persons. Although they're not coming to the meeting, letting them know what is taking place. Try different things and see what the member may want to get involved in. Too many times our members are disconnected. They don't feel appreciated. So they stay away because not that really don't want to come to the meeting, you know. We just don't make the meeting important to call members and say, hey, a meeting coming up. You feel you would be there this week? And when we miss the opportunity, members move on to the next important thing. because they making other things important than our meeting. So we had to make our meeting important and include the member in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And I just want to point everybody to the chat. There is a feedback and evaluation, well, not evaluation, a feedback form in the chat. Please click on the link and let us know how we did so that we can improve, because it's all about communication. It's all about, let me see what I have here. It's making sure that we don't burn out, that we communicate well, that we sail our ship, and that we retain our members, because as DTM, our club growth director, said, if we have persons coming in and others are going out, we're not actually growing. I saw a couple of hands up. I only see Division Director Tyreek's hand at the moment, but I'm sure I saw another hand up at some point in time. If you want to speak, please let me know.
You did see this thing is Toastmaster Joel was hand up earlier. Well, good now. I'm gonna make a little input of what Toastmaster Kevin said, or give some input on that. One of the things I have seen as serving as Vice President Education, and this is my 4th time serving as Vice President Education, even when you still reach out to members, you call them on a one-on-one, saying to them, you don't call them about Toastmasters, you call them, asking them how they're doing, how things are going. Some of them do not want to divulge that information. Even ask them, how are your goals going? How could the club assist you in those goals? Some of them still don't want to give no information. Now, it would be very bad that your Vice President Education and Vice President Membership going out of their way to do that, and at the end of the day, the member in it of itself said nobody ever offered them that assistance. I've seen it being done, and I remember I got into the heat of the matter with a member in a club business meeting. The member went straight up in the meeting and said that nobody ever reached out to them and asked them if they wanted to do anything. I am one of those very straightforward and blunt leaders. I believe that if a leader of the executive comes to you and asks you, would you like to do this and do that, and you say no, do not in return lie and say they never did. It speaks bad of the leader, and it speaks bad of your integrity as a person. And at the end of the day, you might have all these talents, but at the end of the day, you must remember that the leader is also a human being, just like you.
Thank you, Division Director Tyreek. I just want, DTM Vera, I see your hand, but I think there was Toastmaster Joel. Oh gosh, I don't want to mess up your name. You had your hand up.
Yeah,
and then
Joel. It's Joel. It's correct. It's Joel.
Joel, okay.
Thanks. I was saying that sometimes when we see members renewing their dues and they're not present, that person still shows that they are still committed to the program. It's just that maybe circumstances beyond their current situation is taking them away. And that was exactly in my case. And I felt very connected to the club even when I was not present. And I think that made the world of a difference for me. I stopped coming to meeting when I was expecting. I came to meeting one night and the pain in my lower back. And then the next meeting, I announced I was expecting or I was pregnant within one of my speeches. So then everybody knew. And then I stopped coming for a few months before I gave birth. And when I gave birth, I got it was a post in the chat, and I felt so connected to my members at that time that even being away from meeting, they still remembered me. And I think that connection, I stopped coming to meeting roughly for 3 years with my newborn. And when I came back, it was easy for me to come back. And me coming back just they had faith in me to lead the club as president. And I have, between then and now, I've served president twice and VPE once. And it just goes to show us leaders that sometimes when we don't see our members coming to meeting, once we need to be more concerned when they're not paying their dues and they're showing up, to reach out to them to see exactly what's wrong and how we as a team can help them. Thank you.
Very true. Thank you so much for that contribution. DTM, Toastmaster, I'm speaking it into existence. Toastmaster Vera.
Yeah, sorry, I can't put my video on. But the biggest challenge for me as VPE is you contact the member or members and you can see that they read the message and they don't respond. They don't respond. And I just feel discouraged because I don't think I'm supposed to be running down adults. If I message you, have the courtesy to respond. So I'm in it, but I'm not delighted anymore because I think we are all adults and people should respond. So that's my take.
Thank you. And as a 3-time VPE, Toastmaster Vera, I can relate. Division Director Rhonda.
Let me just comment on that particular thing, because I've had it happen. And personally, I just was more direct. It happened in more than one scenario. One of the scenarios was that the VPPR at the time had her group and they weren't responding to her. And she got so discouraged. She actually very much was that close to, in fact, she told me she was going to resign. And I told her, listen, put me as admin of the group, and then leave the group. And when she left, somebody's like, what happened with such and such, let's say Susan? What happened with Susan? And I said, well, it's not really what happened, it's what didn't happen. If she's asking a question and you don't respond, she's going to feel as if she's in it alone. And so ever so often for myself, even when I was VPE, when I'm asking questions and I'm not getting a response, I would actually said, listen, in this scenario, even if you tell me you cannot do so and so, at least I know what is happening. To give me no response makes me feel such and such and such and such. And that at least allow persons to understand that I am looking for an answer. Please answer me. And I was direct that way. Sometimes we assume certain things, I have a tendency, if you are saying something and it doesn't require a response per se, or I don't have a response, or it's a no, and I figure you just want to hear the yeses, I will not respond. Unless you tell me specifically, at least if you are saying no, say no, so that I know that you're hearing me and that I'm not speaking to the wind. And sometimes that communication, we talked about communication power, that communication is important to let persons know I am a person too, and I am expecting and hoping for an answer so I know how to proceed. Do I go to someone else from another club? At least you all let me know so I know what I'm dealing with. Yeah. So I just wanted to make that input.
Thank you. And I see in the chat, Toastmaster Joel, my question, how do we motivate the motivator? The club leaders, the area leaders, the division leaders, the district leaders. How do we motivate them? And I see a response in the chat, socialize events. And I honestly think that that's why we have conferences.
Yes.
Because we get re-energized when we go to conference.
Like Susan, everybody, Toastmaster, distinguished Toastmaster Susan, gets very re-energized. Sometimes she can't even recognize herself. But what I could suggest when you want to motivate the motivator, and this is why I'm glad, I have an accountability partner. There are many times as division director, I just want to, how can I put it? Outside of the professional atmosphere of Toastmaster, just tell off a few persons and go my way. But then I'm reminded by our program quality director, distinguished Toastmaster Corinne, Toastmaster Tyreek, it is not always good to kill your king and conquer. And what she meant by this is that there are going to come times when you're going to have to deal with some, Lord forgive me for this word, you're going to have to deal with some idiots in life. And those are like your building blocks. They're there to test you. They're there to stress you out. I myself is even a stressor because I was told by my accountability partner, Rhonda Lynch Watts, that I'm also considered as one of those disruptors. And she uses me to help her grow as a leader. So sometimes you have to find that one disruptor that will help you to realize, okay, if I can face this at work, why can't I face it at Toastmasters? Because I'm going to say this to you, a leader without challenges is not a true leader. You cannot be a leader and the ship is smooth sailing. There's no way you can go on a boat and it's smooth sailing. You have to meet up on rough patches. You have to sometimes sink. You have to go 7 feet deep and come back 8 feet up. Because at the end of the day, leadership is not about the destination, it's about the journey, the impact, the effort, and the commitment that you took on as a leader. So it's going to be hard to be motivated, but find yourself somebody that you can speak to, somebody that's going to encourage you. Just like a mentor needs somebody to encourage them. A mentor needs somebody to mentor them. I am a mentor, but I have a mentor too. And I'm sure my mentor, sometimes when protege and a mentor is exchanging information, you motivate one another. Always look at it as the give and take from that. Division Director Rhonda.
Thank you. And I love your question, Division Director Joel. And I will tell you from my point of view, two things. One, as a motivator, and I'll tell you what works for me. So that will give you an idea. Sometimes I would just get somebody who would call and or send a message and said, hey, I realize that you have this and this to do. Can I help with an agenda? Do you need help with this? Do you need help with that? That motivates me. When somebody sends a message, a text, a voice note that says, you did a good job today. That meeting was a really good job. I do it. I do it in chats ever so often. Hey, we had club officer training. I really appreciate so and so and so and so for helping out with the agenda, for helping out with the logistics, for helping out. And that little opportunity that you see for yourself and giving to others and for others giving to you. So just sometimes it's just a simple note. We see you, we recognize, we know that this is a job that you're doing. It's not a thankless job, it's a volunteer job. You don't have to. And we appreciate what you're doing. That in itself is very motivating. When you have the little time to be able to offer your help because you are good at doing something that you think can lend to the growth. If you can be at a meeting, to be a demo meeting for a new growth, to assist someone, anything you can do to assist, anything you can do to encourage, all of those are opportunities to be a motivator for your club leaders, your area directors, your division leaders, your district leaders. Use the opportunity. It doesn't have to be anything. Ever so often, send a message to the district director and said, hey, we have your back. We appreciate what you're doing. This week is going to be a good week for you. All those are ways to motivate. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you all so much. Are there any other questions? If not, it's 5 to 6, and we are supposed to finish at 6. Let me know if there are any other contributions.
Yeah, I have one more.
Okay. It's not going to take us 5 minutes, right?
Nah, less than that.
1 minute.
So
1 minute
hear
top,
this
Kevin.
one.
1 minute top.
When the leader asks for suggestion, but don't use it.
Oh.
They ask for ideas, but they don't take on your ideas.
What you gonna do?
I asking all you.
Well, you want the answer for that? Sometimes some ideas are not benefactors. Sometimes you can give an idea, but the question you should ask yourself: how will this idea impact others? Is it going to impact me alone, or impact others for a change? So yes, you can give ideas, Nobody's stopping giving ideas. But when you're giving these ideas, the question should be, how are they going to impact others? That's the main objective behind those ideas. Who am I
So let me ask
impacting?
you something.
Mhm.
You ask for ideas, you get about 20 ideas from 20 different persons, and none can work.
Then something is wrong.
With who?
Something is wrong.
The
No,
idea.
no. Kevin, don't get it wrong. Something is wrong there. And if you say the ideas, but the thing about it, and I've seen this, I've gotten ideas from other Toastmasters. And what I do, I go into the Toastmasters website or the portal and I look to see, okay, what program can this fit into? If none of them can fit into the program, I can't use them. They're lovely ideas, but I have to make sure they fit within the Toastmasters design program. Because if they are outside, what benefit is going to be for the members? We have to look at that demographic. The ideas, have 20 ideas. I'm going to go, me, who's a VPN, I am going to go into the Toastmasters portal, the learning program aspect of it. How could this idea fit into this program? What benefit will it bring for the members? If none of them do anything, I'm going to let the member know none of them falls within the Toastmasters learning program to help members.
Okay.
So yeah, do you really right now?
I hear you.
At the end of the day, it depends on what it is, because the reality is if I get 20 suggestions, I can't apply 20 suggestions all at once. I can't apply, I mean, depends on what I have to do on that kind of thing. I mean, I have gotten suggestions that couldn't work for me, but could work for other persons. So that sometimes it may be working, but it just without working in my scenario. Depending on what the vision is, there's only so much we can do in a limited amount of time. 3 months have already gone. So we apply as we go along, and sometimes it is expected that I, as the division leader
we
alone,
can reduce on the expenses.
apply everything. And the reality is that sometimes for all the things to work, the teams have to work. The team have to work, depending on what it is. Sometimes you may not see how it's working from my point of view because somebody else on the team is working it. So sometimes you need to ask questions before you jump to conclusions that your suggestion is not being worked. And the reality is you can't do everything. So there it goes. So back to you, Madam Moderator. It is 5:59.
Okay, thank you for your thoughtful contributions. As we move toward the end of our program, let us reflect. Success doesn't come from perfection. It comes from the willingness to check, the courage to adjust, and the persistence to succeed. To officially close this event, I will now hand over to our division directors of Division E and Division F for closing remarks and recognition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Distinguished Toastmasters. And everybody give Distinguished Toastmasters a round of applause, keeping this program well put together. Thank you. And Madam Division F Director, are you ready to start?
Yes, Master Division Director. As we come to the close of this powerful Division E and F TLI 2025, I want to thank each of you for showing up with open minds and willing hearts. Today, we truly experienced what it means to check, adjust, and succeed. Our speakers poured wisdom into us. Corinne Thomas, DTM, reminded us how to manage burnouts. Tyreek Thomas Hosford, our division director, showed us leadership in action. DTM Donna Wilkinson Clark gave us the keys to communication power. DTM Nathalie Lobato equipped us with club growth strategies, and DTM Godalis Rayner inspired us on motivating the team. Each message gave us tools we can take back to our clubs and personal lives.
Remember, leadership isn't about perfection. It's about progress. When we check ourselves honestly, adjust with courage, and succeed with determination. We unlock the true spirit of Toastmasters leadership. On behalf of Division E and F, thank you for making this TLI a success. Special thanks to our presenters, our planning team, and to each of you, because you are the reason we lead and serve.
Let us leave here ready to check, adjust, and succeed.
Thank you, and see you at the next Toastmasters event.
Thank you. And please follow the feedback forms. The feedback form is very important. Please do what you can.
Yes, it is.